you may be wondering, why are you doing this? What is this? 3.3 is right around the corner. Everyone's already done the story, and if they haven't done it, they got all the spoilers they could. So what is this? This is me recording myself doing the story because I love Amphoreus and I need to rant about it, and I have no one to rant about it with. So I decided I will just record myself doing it. The thing about this, and this is a very important disclaimer I have to give, is that I have two accounts. So I have already done the story on my other account. On this account, I decided to do it from the very start while recording. So what I'm trying to say is that this will have spoilers. As we go through the story, I will be talking about points that have been presented at the end of the story, or maybe even afterwards, because for example, we got the drip marketing for 3.3 and stuff like that. So there will be a lot of spoilers ahead. Okay, that was one disclaimer. The other disclaimer is that I will be ranting a lot. And I am not particularly smart, or at all for that matter. A lot of my rants are either just stream of consciousness that don't make any sense, or are loosely based off YouTubers that I have watched and know what they're talking about. But I do have my own theories, or my own observations, I guess you could call them. So don't take what I say to heart. I'm just ranting on. So yeah, this video is kind of theorizing, kind of recapping the story. It's for those who maybe want to refresh their memory before going into 3.3, or after, the story ends and you may want to revisit it. This video is for you. I don't know, you miss Amphoreus, you miss the characters, miss the scenery, because the scenery is gorgeous. This video is for you. Okay, good. Third disclaimer is that I am a very big fan on Glazer, so if that bothers you, I'm sorry, but I just can't hold myself back. I'm excited, so I will talk about him. And I guess my fourth disclaimer is I'm upset that he's not present in Amphoreus as of yet. At this point, I'm just playing him out of spite. He looks more like he's from Amphoreus than half of the cast of Amphoreus. It's insane. How could I not play with him? But with all that done, I think we can move on and do the story. Let's get it started. Oh, I just wanted to mention, I really love coming here because it genuinely looks like paradise. The way the light falls right here, it's gorgeous. I sure hope no one will ever disturb such a beautiful place. Oh, by the way, I didn't recap, so if you wanted a recap of the story in 3.1, I skipped that. Where the story left is that we have the core flame of Ceres and the core flame of Oryx, and we want to see what are we gonna do with the core flame of Oryx because we don't have a proper vessel, and they want to make the Trailblazer the one for it. I'm so sad that he's not voiced here, because I am sure that in this moment he would have been voiced and it really would have helped with the immersion. And I just really like Kayla's in general. He's just my kind of guy. Tripius's memory has unveiled the very first prophecy. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle, that is, the Aranova. Such is the will of fate. And that person alone is obviously referring to Phynon, although maybe they pull one on us and it's referring to Cyrene because she's that 13th Chrysosaur or Titan that, is just a little surprise for later, that we still don't know what the deal is with her, but we know she is even more special than Phynon, and that says a lot. If I take on Onyx's trial, will the prophecy come to pass for me as well? He's basically wondering if he's gonna pass away as well. And I think that's very valid to be worried about. But at the same time, it's not like it's his first time, so...
I understand completely. During my time at the Grove, the closer exams drew, the more efficient I became at tackling everyday mundane tasks. Anything but my actual studies.
She's so real for that, though.
Precisely. As I remember, you and Phynon were both disciples of the new Sporists. I assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself.
Unreasonable?
Correct.
The courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those two courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
Why is he teaching this history of mythology, though? Because he doesn't believe in the prophecy, although I guess he believes in Titans. And maybe it's helping with his soul studies. That's why.
The history of mythology taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
May I ask, Lady Aglaya, has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
He openly dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the flame chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds. While you were studying there, I assume you must have heard of his nickname.
And he rightfully does so. In my opinion, more people should question the justification of the flame chase journey. Or because the prophecy is odd, why would a Titan encourage people to go and murder all his kin, including himself? It doesn't make sense. Not to mention, I'm about to go on a rant, but not to mention the way the prophecy sounds, it's incomplete. The sentences don't sound full. It sounds corrupted. Very much like a computer acts when it has a virus. Or knowing what we know now, maybe the prophecy is corrupted because of the destruction. I remember before Amphoreus, a lot of people were assuming that Enigmata would have corrupted the prophecy, but it may be the destruction that corrupted it, or maybe there are even more paths than we think involved in Amphoreus, because, well, I'll get to that when we get to Lygus.
A Droma Strait and Finery?
As I see it, this nickname is more of an insult to the Dromas.
This nickname is awesome because it just means that everyone acknowledges that Anaxa is a fashion icon, and I just think that's right.
Despite his insufferable arrogance, I do hold a certain respect for his nature as a scholar. To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world, and that requires considerable resolve. Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire. As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy, while he disrespects the gods.
The gods have chosen him.
He was indeed chosen by Circes.
Why does she sound so obsessed?
Is something weighing on you, Cass?
With all due respect, I'd like to know what you plan to do with him.
In light of his assistance in the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant him some time to find a way to remove the core flame. However, if Anaxa decides to make any move that places us in danger, I will not hesitate to take extreme measures.
Just as I feared.
The flame chase journey is the destined path for the Chrysos heirs. Yet he now seems more like an empty shell. Given his strong sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
Like an empty shell? If now he is like an empty shell, girl, how was he before?
I understand your stance. Let's continue this discussion another time.
They never continued it.
But now, let's greet our guest. You're here. Does this mean you're ready to take on Orynyx's trial?
We are ready.
From that point onward, your fate will be forever intertwined with ours, never to be separated again, until the end of Genesis.
How do you know he will be here for the end of Genesis? How do you know he doesn't take Orynyx's powers and bails? He just leaves. That would be so funny though.
It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations.
Why do you have more trust and faith in a literal alien than in your own people? That's weird to me.
It looks like you know that Titan rather well.
Mem mem mem. Mem 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 mem. Mem 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 mem. Mem 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 mem.
Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the abyss, I heard the Titan's groans, full of pain and grievances, yet without any ill will.
See, this is very confusing to me about Mem, and I'm trying to hold off on making too many assumptions or theories about her because we really just don't have enough information. But the most obvious one, I guess, would be that Mem is Cyrene. But if that is the case, then another theory about Cyrene is that she's the creator of all Titans. But Mem seems to be only related and closely tied to Orynyx. And if Mem is related to Cyrene, then why wouldn't she be so closely related to the rest of the Titans as well? Is this book very special?
An allegory. In a faraway land, in a city known as Styxia, a dragon corrupted by the black tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself.
So then it is special. Come on now. Styxia, dragon, death. Yeah, I think I can understand why Trian gave you that book.
It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end.
Good. Maybe that's just me, but I think it would have been much worse if she was alive the whole time in the dragon's bowels.
Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood. However, having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city. As a result, the prosperous Styxia met its demise.
That's a very dark story. Oh. Yeah, he gets me.
Speaking of taking photographs, when I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not look through the photos in your photo stone out of courtesy. But I'm also very curious about the story of the Rosy Celestial Maiden.
See, this confuses me because I thought that Lionhead thing wiped everyone's memory of this. So why does she remember it? Is it because she's a Chrysosaur? I'm not really sure. Maybe I missed something. I don't think there's anything else to do here. Time to go back and talk to Dan Hong. Okay, I'll just teleport. These doors, I swear to God. Oh! Ah! He's here! Oh my God, he's here! Ah! Hi. Hi, I'm so happy you're here.
That's right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time.
Partner!
This is something that the both of you should probably know.
I can be your partner. Guys, I'm so happy that Finon. Guys, I like Finon so much. You have no idea. He's everything I ever wanted. I've been waiting so long for a blue-haired, for a white-haired, blue-eyed character in my Hoyoverse games. And for some of you saying Neuvillette, he doesn't really have blue eyes. Not in the same way, at least. So yes, I'm very happy, and of course I'm gonna obsess over him. It's been a long time coming.
I
Trouble?
wouldn't call it trouble. I just think it will be favorable if the both of you understand the situation in Akama better.
Do you remember the Council of Elders that was on our heels previously? It seems like they've made their move.
Every 5 to 10 years, the Council of Elders organizes a citizens' assembly at Dawncloud.
And how convenient is it that we are right here, right now, to witness this very rare event? How convenient is that?
During the assembly, the representatives will vote on major issues such as whether the Chrysos heirs led by Aglaya should still hold the right to govern the Holy City, and whether the Titan's conquest should continue.
It sounds like some sort of system to balance the heroes and the mortals.
That is correct. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders. They view the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos heirs and hope to take complete control over the Flame Chase journey. We can refer to them as the opposition. During the assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition have been growing stronger in the shadow. It's only thanks to Aglaya that the Flame Chase journey has been able to continue to this day. The Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner.
Conveniently.
But this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
Is it us? It's not us? Okay.
I'm afraid that the Council of Elders might want to take advantage of Professor Anaxa. Aglaya will surely take back Circe's core flame, but with Anaxa's current condition, it's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him.
That is bold of you to assume anyone could take advantage of Anaxa.
He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research. I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time...
You suspect that he might betray the Flame Chase journey and defect? It's not a defect. He never was on anyone's side.
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so
Yeah,
technically
exactly.
it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of Akama. I truly do not wish to see comrades turning on one another.
See this purity? Enjoy it while it lasts. Is there anything that we can do?
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. things are piling up again. Callus and Mem are tied up with Ornyx's trial, and while I'm preparing to visit the Grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky. The English in this sentence was a bit odd. Well, let's just take things one step at a time.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you.
No.
I hope that Ornyx will show
You
more
would
benevolence
never.
and be more accommodating. I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss. Go and rest and regain your strength. We'll meet at the Vortex in a few days.
We can meet sooner.
Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
With all due respect, Finon, I'm not reading all that. I feel like a sitting duck that has been thrown into the deep end. I really do. Speaking of which, I don't recall seeing any rubber duck toys in the vats of Akama. It seems like they only have these seals. Why does Danhan care about this? Why is this relevant to him in any way? Let's just hope that everything goes well. After all, as someone who has earned the gaze of an Eon, you should be able to overcome the trial of a regional god just fine. He earned the gaze of just one Eon? I mean, I guess he's referring to Fuli, but didn't he earn the gaze of Nanook and Klipot as well? We've also unknowingly gotten used to sleeping with the midday sun shining brightly above our heads. Get some rest. Perhaps a new phase of our trailblazing expedition is Amphoreus is about to begin. I feel like this is foreshadowing. I feel like 3.3 is, especially after seeing the trailer, is about to change everything for the worse. Well, let's get some rest.
Esteemed one, Ornyx's vacant totem awaits. If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphoreus, please, step forward.
Why is he smug? I wanna talk to everyone before going in. You first, of
Accepting
course.
a Titan's trial is a very peculiar experience. I'm afraid that I'm not able to accurately describe it. You can only go and experience it for yourself.
You can't describe it
I
because
believe
you
that
lost.
you'll be able to pull it off.
Because you lost your mind. You weren't. You went insane in there. Of course you can't describe it.
Mr. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what I should say to help calm your nerves. Right. Perhaps something like, as long as you can successfully complete this trial, the rest of the flame chase journey will be smooth sailing? No, that sounds a little strange. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. Don't worry, you'll definitely make it back alive? Oh. Sorry, it seems like I've made the mood even heavier. In any case, may everything go your way.
Thank you, girl. You have both been very useful.
And a sacred beast that invokes miracles.
She has pink hair and pronouns. I'm so dumb. I was clicking on the actual core flame. I didn't notice the button below. I'm so sorry.
Wake up! How is it? How do you feel?
It is interesting though that she's only
That's
now
right!
able to talk.
Look! I don't know what happened, but I'm able to talk! Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I have such a cute voice! It must be because
She
of all the
does,
memories that
though.
I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations.
Everything about her is so cute. I want to be like her. Like, I want to be able to float and be pink and have stars in my eyes and be cute and glittery. I just noticed that she literally has glitter floating around her. How cool is that?
Also, listen. The words of the Titan are becoming clearer.
It hurts. Have I finally reached the end? Are the years of isolation coming to an end?
I ask myself the same
Or
question.
next. Oh, how heartbreaking. Ever since the figure draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame, they have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space.
So I just lost like half an hour of recorded footage because my recording failed. But it's fine, we didn't miss out on that many things. You know, just Castor's touched us non-consensually and we found out that we are not alive. Which honestly is not that uncommon for the Trailblazer. But there was one thing that I wanted to talk about because it caught my attention and I'm not sure how to interpret it. Basically, Oronix told us that we are now just a collection of memories. However, if we just arrived in Amphoreus and we passed away in the very moment when we arrived in Amphoreus, how can we be a collection of memories? Whose memories? If this is our first time on Amphoreus, then there shouldn't be any memories of us on there. I know that Oronix also said that it's the gaze of Fuli that stabilized our form, so that means that we are a collection of memories because of him. But in my head it still doesn't, I still don't understand how that works. How can we be a collection of memories in a place where we've never been before? The remembrance is really apparently it's so strong that it can pull off some insane time shenanigans.
Partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up.
Why did he stutter?
How do you feel?
Nah, it feels quite cool being a departed
Well,
spirit.
At least you look no different from the living. I think that most living people don't even look as good as you do.
Oh? What is going on? Everyone is just flirting with us. First it was Castor's, now it's Finon calling us good looking.
Ladies, I'm trying to do my work today. Leave me alone type shift.
Shut your brains!
Ladies, come on.
You've completed the trial of time, and I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that two people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Finon, go 1 minute without mentioning my day challenge. Did you have to word it like that? Why did you word it like that? Anyway, look at his face. He looks like an upset puppy. I love it when he does this expression. I can't take him seriously. I cannot.
Many have had this idea, but so far there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of death, it would be her.
I was about to ask what the glimmer of hope is. I don't see anything.
I'll try and get her to return to Akima, but do be prepared for a less than ideal outcome. Please understand that throughout the history of Amphoreus, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all.
At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all. It kind of sounds like finality or nihility, but I think finality matches better because finality is kind of related to time since the Aeon is traveling back in time, murmuring gibberish. Not long ago again.
I'm back here again.
This is a very pretty drawing. He looks like a damsel in distress. The way he's posing, he looks fragile, which is very opposite to how he presents himself in general.
Which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
These sounds are so disturbing. They kind of sound like zombies, not as horrible as zombies generally do, but it's along that vibe.
Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
Not Netherrealm.
Then what?
Then where is this?
Child of humanity.
Oh.
Is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency?
Why are you jealous?
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best, you'll see 15 more entry hours.
Oh, how convenient is that?
15 days and nights.
Just like Alice. How convenient everything just happens to be.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
What about that white-haired
What a
student
brat.
of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
What was that smile just now? That was such an innocent smile. It's like, oh, he'll have it coming. Why did she mention just Finan? Maybe she knows something more.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Ooh.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
Yeah, let's put him in the team. He doesn't make sense in this team, but it doesn't matter because We're in the city. I don't think we're gonna fight.
Watch this magic trick.
He's tweaking. And he's very small. His waist is extreme. Oh my god.
The woman was too stunned to speak.
Bro, I know. Both. Actually, no. I was about to say that Aventurine and Sunday are more covered than he is. But no, Aventurine is just wearing a shirt and a vest. He's wearing a coat thingy on top of it. Bro, the difference is huge. Oh my god. Oh. Is this like to symbolize how dead he is? They made him so frail?
As you can see, I'm just a frail scholar.
Well, that's a bold-faced lie.
This design is very confusing to me. Because genuinely, what is going on? Why? I'm curious about these hands in the middle that are holding the galaxy, I guess. And why, of course, why there's a gaping hole in the middle of his chest. I'm curious about that too. He's very symmetrical. He kinda makes me think of the Equilibrium a little. He makes me think of a lot of Eons, honestly, not just the Equilibrium. The way the hands look kinda remind me of Anna. I know he's related to Noose, but there's a lot of stuff going on.
I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
Imagine having a mouth and it just being there. It's not moving when he speaks. Where is the voice coming from then? Why does he laugh so much? It sounds like he laughs at almost every sentence he says.
And as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaya is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar.
I'm sure Anaxa
If necessary,
too.
Lord Anaxagoras, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends. While I, Anaxagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities.
You serve as the Grove's special envoy because there is no other envoy alive. And that includes you too.
Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
He says after he asserted authority.
You will respect my authority!
Is there something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
I think he's the only character that consistently calls Anaxa Anaxagoras. Maybe that's why Anaxa respects him.
Nothing, really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs.
Yeah.
Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action, whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination. In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
So, from what I understand from their overly pretentious vocabulary, I think what falling means is dying, basically. But Anaxa, I think he's suggesting that dying isn't like for humans, that it happens in maybe a few minutes or seconds. It may be that for Titans, it extends centuries, even considering how long their lifespans are. I think that's what he's saying. Maybe let's equate falling or dying to being terminally ill, and it makes it easier to understand, at least in my head.
Perhaps the gods in their arrogance deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
You're arrogant too.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Sky Father as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible.
So maybe that's exactly what Anaxa is trying to figure out. If the Titan doesn't respond, maybe Anaxa will consider them dead, but if he does respond, then obviously they're not dead. I stated the most obvious thing. I don't know why I did that. Oh, that's so loud! Why does he look so surprised?
Please, Professor.
He said he's been there before.
The children of humanity have indeed created a spectacle.
Yeah, what was all that for?
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
Shut up.
Save your concerns.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Yeah, so what?
Looks like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
I won't even go talk to him. I'll go collect the butterfly. It's a much more pleasant activity.
Anaxagoras, I thought that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
You thought or you hoped?
As Kefali's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being.
But you're not a Supreme Being.
Let me remind you, now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
Like what?
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kefali's followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Are you
praising him, of course? As a believer of the God of Deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Are you calling Anaxa evil?
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible. Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
Oh, Oh, it just hit me though. Yeah, because no one can see Cersei, so they just see Anaxa talking to the wall or to a plant, like Argenti, or to the air. Yeah, that's weird behavior. I can't get behind that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I saw that, I would run the other way. And also, if I saw this,
watch this magic trick.
That he's genuinely tweaking. It looks like it hurts, but I hope it doesn't though. He looks goofy.
Professor Anaxa! Over here!
Finally someone happy to see us. Look, he's even fixing your stuff around and you're still being mean to him.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the Fates.
You could say it's the Fates toying with us.
It's only the Cremnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly.
He wouldn't.
So,
how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Cersei's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone. Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akama, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
So, this pathetic woman changed her mind just to spite Aglaya. That is so embarrassing, though.
No surprises there, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
She's right, though.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in.
Oh, where are you looking? You're not even looking at her. You're looking at the camera. She's there. But it just hit me. Didn't he say in 3.1 that he also lost his sight? I think so. I'll put a clip here if that's the case. And if not, then I have just embarrassed myself.
My eyes can no longer see.
But it seems as though this kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours, just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
Girl, she is not giving you his body. Give it up.
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think. I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster? For one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
What are you talking about? It's just a tree drawing. You're literally a Sue XP. Didn't he become a tree or something? You have a tree in your ultimate. You live and study inside of a tree. What's wrong with you?
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory. So why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old, 2 years old.
Why would you do that?
Oh my. Even a member of the preeminent Seven Sages must hug his drama stall to sleep? How interesting.
I love this.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
I love this because there are very many parallels between Castorus and Anaxa, and the most important one is that they both hug toys to sleep, but Anaxa does it because it was his only connection to the world, and Castorus does it because she has no connection to the world. And both of these are heartbreaking. I do want to draw Anaxa with a plushie. and I also want to draw that sticker of him because it's just so funny to me.
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
I'm sorry, but what kind of family is this that has dramas as a pet? Those things are enormous. Where do you keep them? I'm guessing maybe you could have space for a baby dramas, but even then I think even those could be pretty big, so maybe this is something common in Amphoreus, although again, where do you keep those things?
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
I wonder if she feels his feelings
When
too.
I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This... Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours.
Anaxa? You...
I did it, teacher!
But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre.
Ah, you see, they were preparing us for his trailer. Although he wasn't, in the trailer he wasn't burned at the pyre, he was all chained up and burned. But I guess Hoyoverse just kinda found out that some people like chained men.
Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
About that.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
He can't bring himself to say that she's not alive.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye. Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
This is even more heartbreaking, thinking that Anaxa is a smart man. He would have known, but he's grieving too much. And it clouded his judgment so much that he just went ahead and did it.
It's time for me to start a new life.
I think he was bluffing.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
I wish to continue Thalesis' research. Grasp the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours? However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on to it.
Look, he's holding the rainbow. Oh. I actually know he's not holding it. I thought he was holding the rainbow. I thought Kefali was holding the rainbow in his hands, but I know it just goes over his hand. But it still kind of looks like it though. It's very nicely centered. I like it.
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
I still don't like you. He talks like a smartass all the time, even more so than Anaxa himself. Oh, look, a chest! No, wait, no!
Anaxagoras, oh, I've heard so much about you. Head of the Nesphorists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove calamity. Did I miss anything? Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Oh, she's so
Since
fake.
Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again.
Anaxa is a real one. Like, he doesn't play around. That's why I like him so much. He does not.
But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows.
Oh my god, she hired assassins.
Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Oh, he's mad.
Everyone, stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
I think everyone is so happy that they made him say that. Even though the difference between him and Al-Haytham is that Anaxa, at least physically, is actually feeble. That's why he needs a gun.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akama are so entitled to.
She is so wrong on so many fronts. First of all, where in the world are the Chrysos heirs calling for war? Where? Second of all, her pettiness for Aglaya is she can't keep it hidden. Why is conflict inevitable? You just want
And
full
since
control.
you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I love this face on him.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs.
He never said that he's now on your side. I don't understand where she drew that conclusion from.
But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears.
What walls? I know it's a figure of speech, but I will still complain because I can't stand her. What walls, woman? There's literally no walls.
I was
here.
fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters, just like how there are two types of people in this world, geniuses and dimwits.
See, he's softer than Ratio. Ratio just calls everyone an idiot.
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras. Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions.
That's a personal attack.
This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's history. May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Era Chrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Oh my, 15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly exist?
See, even the game is calling itself out.
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have, as expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
You misunderstood him earlier too, girl. Everyone misunderstands him because the man is vague as hell.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
He's such a real one.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden Thread?
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well. You're well aware how valuable Circe's core flame will be in the Era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other.
This was the only time where she was honest. Wait. No, you're letting me debate? No, don't do that.
Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaia.
I still don't understand where this deep hatred is coming from. This is taken to a comical degree almost. She's mentioning Aglaia more than Finon is mentioning My Day, and that is concerning.
She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama, who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed. Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool over our eyes and aid her in her savagery?
If Aglaia required a suitably intelligent Chrysos heir, then I'm the best fit for her needs. However, it's quite evident that she has no need for a Chrysos heir who could break free of her control at any time. Since I believe in neither Titans nor the prophecy, there's no way that I would willingly walk on the path that she extols. Given how rigorously she enforces her principles, how would she ever accept a heretic such as me?
That is true, though. She is at least weary of him.
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama. The Council of Elders is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen.
Woman, I assure you that Aglaia is the last thing you should be worrying about. The only threat to Akama is the Black Tide and the Black Tide only.
However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaia are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed completely. The city will be burned to ashes, and the citizens' blood will be shed.
I regret to inform you that will happen regardless, because the Flame Reaver will attack no matter who wins. And I refuse to believe she's not aware of that.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner. However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment. As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaia, the Gold Weaver, is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
Oh. Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
Bro, that is openly mocking her. He is so obviously mocking her. I don't understand how she doesn't realize that. It's so obvious that he's not taking the council seriously and that he doesn't care about them.
You were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I.
He's a great performer.
In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
You can do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame.
I'm sorry, but what kind of analogy is that? Who thinks of blood as the first liquid to soak something in? Is this related to his weird ritual alchemy stuff that he does?
No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat. If Aglaya can seize me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead. Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
That is a threat.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
We shall see, then.
The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
An expected visitor. Welcome once again.
He creeps me out. I do not trust him. Maybe I'm wrong and he's, the savior of this planet, but so far, I do not really trust this guy. I'll have to see more of him.
You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali.
Why do you want to help him?
I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
Do you?
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Very true.
Stop! Stop! Stop with the evil Lather. I can't even talk anymore. Why does he do that laugh every time? What does he know? I hear every mechanical part of that body squeaking. Bro is slow. Come on. Oil up. Not like that. I mean to get his joints running.
Go on ahead. Take this Yanis shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Maybe because he knows.
Because I know very well what it is you are after.
There we go.
As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated at the end of this journey. I believe Kefale will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefale than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree? It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world which is on the brink of destruction.
Destruction. Sorry. I'm just worried about Finon. The more attached I get to him, the harder it's gonna hurt.
I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
You're not getting that. Shut up.
Is that Cersei's? Am I hallucinating?
You're just on the brink of death.
Do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
Pretty much. I love this part because it echoes so much Aventurine's breakdown from 2.1. It's just a twink having a mental breakdown while on the brink of death, and they make sounds and they have hallucinations. It's amazing, and they have a grand plan that shakes up the entire plot. We love this trope. I have a type, and it's this very specific one. What? Girl, get out! The one on the right. What?
Chaos. Demigod. I've never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
You'll find
Look
out.
on the bright side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
I'm wondering if this Chaos is the Lord Ravager. I know there are a lot of people who think that the Lord Ravager is Finon, and I don't refute that theory. It's just that my heart refutes it.
Never mind. I think I know what this is about. If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but
memories.
The souls of people.
Or that. Sure. I said that earlier. In my defense, I said that earlier. But they're also memories, because like these things happened in the last cycle.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments.
What do you mean offer blessings to Kefale? Anaxa isn't gonna do that. Exactly as I said! You gotta love this guy.
We're here. Finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question. But all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Well, would you look at that? It's Castoris with short hair.
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
For the record, I know that's not Castoris.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
Please don't let this be foreshadowing for what Final's gonna go through. My bird is being noisy again. You're a sky priest, yet you study at the place that is home to the Reason Titan. That's rather counterintuitive. That's exactly what I was thinking about, because she's obviously connected to Aquila, so what is she doing here? I guess we're gonna find out in the next patch, but...
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Circe's. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them.
Aquila scares me, and I am not ready to face them.
You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphoreus is none other than Aquila themselves.
And that's exactly why I'm not ready to face them. I'm also very curious how the story is gonna change after we defeat Aquila, because does that mean that the rest of the Astral Express crew can come to Amphoreus now? Does this mean we can contact the rest of the crew? I'm just curious if my brain can keep up as we go on. So far I can keep up, but I feel like from the point where all the core flames are gathered except for Finons, the story is gonna change a lot. Yes, I didn't count on provoking the ire of a local god. You have a tendency to do that, not just you as in Dan Hong, but you as in the Astral Express.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for. Let's split up to cover more ground.
What about you? Will you be alright on your own?
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have my faith in me. I'll be just fine.
How to leave Amphoreus? In the midst, Aquila, the titan who reigns over the domain of the sky, is a colossal bird. That ain't no bird. My bird is a bird. That's an eldritch apparition, man. That's a biblically accurate angel. It's a colossal bird that overlooks the world beneath them with 100 eyes. As long as they... See what I was saying? Biblical angel. As long as they continue to soar above the clouds, the people of Amphoreus will remain trapped on the ground. I wonder if it was this dark before the black tide hits. Sis went and got herself into trouble, of course, and now I have to help her.
So that was a fudging lie.
What are you gonna do against Aquila, girl?
Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
Because you know he likes to read, right? What exactly do you mean by examining from another perspective? The question marks are Anaxa, you find out at the end. So, Anaxa. Simple, you see, when we stand normally the sky is above. When we stand on our heads, it's below our feet. He is the biggest brat I have ever seen in this game. And this game has characters such as the Herta and Ratio. Well, if you look at his icon in that book of Revelations or whatever it's called, he is depicted as the Hanged Man from tarot cards. I'm gonna look for what the Hanged Man means and insert that here to see if I can make any connections, because I'm not that knowledgeable in tarot. Okay, so I just searched and this information gave me a lot of faith and solace, because the hangman basically means sacrifice and seeing things from a different perspective, which is literally what Anaxa is doing in this letter, and literally in his everyday life. And the sacrifice part, well, we just witnessed it, and we will witness it. But the other thing that I wanted to mention is that I saw that the Hanged Man also means a temporary pause in someone's journey. So this gives me hope on my theory that we will see Anaxa again, because I keep thinking that this isn't the last we will see of him. Obviously, we will see all the other Chrysosaurs again, but with Anaxa, I think it's a bit more than that. Still Anaxa, you're like, Drumus is, of course, this. See, you can tell this is Anaxa even before seeing his name at the end, because he can shut up about Drumus. Anaxagoras, he's a scholar who fused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching this guy. He's never mentioned anything about it.
Phynon said Anaxa might be opposed to the Flame Chase journey. Might?
Might is an understatement.
She gets it.
Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy.
There's still so much I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Go ahead.
This one is obvious. Was it a mistake to build the sky ships? It seems like it was, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
Everyone in Amphoreus has heard the story of the sky ships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless.
Where have I heard this combination of words? Divine retribution. I think I heard it in Genshin. I know Diluc says retribution, but I'm thinking of divine retribution.
That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini Treevee cannon could slip past their watch.
Let's not put Treevee for more trauma than she's already been through.
Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth. Perhaps, to him, the crash of the sky ship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely because the sky ship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself. It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists.
I like that they're building up a bit of the story that's gonna follow in 3.3, because it seems that most action is gonna be focused on Aquila. Of course, Cypher is gonna be a point of attention too, but Cypher already has the core flame, so Aquila is gonna be our biggest problem. These doors.
Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castrum Kremnos.
Oh my god, they really don't have words in the Kremnoan language. These are complaint letters from the scholars about Anaxagoras the blasphemer. There's a thick stack of letters. He traumatized a lot of people. You know, it's very funny because I always say how much I like Anaxa and Ratio, but I could not stand to be face to face with these men. I would start crying after like 2 sentences. No, I don't think I would even have the guts to just talk to them, because I don't like being degraded. I know some people are into that, and all power to you, but I can't. Based on the dust accumulated and the perfectly intact seals, the complainee did not even bother opening them, and just chucked them aside into a corner. This is the level of unbothered I strive to be. Does Anaxa hold that much influence?
Why else would they call him the Great Performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone.
I mean, what else is he supposed to do? He's establishing his school of thought. He has to share his thoughts, right?
The first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
The thing about Anaxa is I don't think he rejects the existence of Titans, it's just that he rejects venerating them. But I don't know. What do I know? Am I supposed to put myself in Anaxa's shoes and answer that? Yes. As told in the mist, the seas, the sky, and the earth are all beyond the shadow of a doubt creations of the Titans. I mean, we literally have a Titan for each of these. Aquila, Fagusa, and Georios.
Anaxa would have probably been spared a lot of trouble if he had answered this way. Instead, he quoted past instances of the flame chase journey and posited that humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans.
And oh my god, how right he was about all that.
Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation.
This doesn't make sense to me, because let me look over that again. Posited that humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans. Everyone knows that Chrysos heirs can take over the core flame of a Titan. Everyone knows about the core flame journey, and they know how it works. They know that a Titan has to be defeated in order to take over his core flame. So basically over his divinity. So why didn't they take kindly to his answer when his answer is literally what the Chrysos heirs are doing?
You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
He is doing some shady stuff with souls. We gotta admit. Oh my god, no! My bird is being a brat again. That is a serious allegation. Did he do that? Yes, he did, but Hyacinth doesn't know it yet.
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient.
How do you know he doesn't remove it when he's alone if he's alone? Know what I mean?
Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods? It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied that Titans are meant to be noble constructs.
That is a very roundabout way of saying no. What he didn't say, that the Titans are not noble, rings louder in this case. See, Danny gets it.
I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones.
Given the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses? Don't underestimate Anaxa. Have you ever been here before?
No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking right as rain, but come out covered in soap with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place.
I'm laughing because we have a sticker of him like that, and yeah, I kind of want to draw that one too. I don't know, he's such a fun character. I want to draw him a lot.
Huh?
However, a document titled "A Study on the Chrysos Heirs" background is mixed within. Oh, yeah. And this is where we find out that Anaxa looked into the background of all the Chrysos heirs that he knows. The main conclusion from this document is that there are Chrysos heirs who don't have noble heritage. They all come from very different backgrounds, so he can't find a connection, a common denominator between all of them. Because another text speaks of the dragon legend of Styxia. The alchemical extraction of soul ripped from dragon corpses is intriguing. Dragons appear to be the Titan's creations. Perhaps there's a way to reverse. It's very interesting that we're having these discussions about dragons with Dan Hong here, because we know what he's about. This dragon discussion is gonna be more important as we go on, and if it's a reason why Dan Hong came with us to Amphoreus. Perhaps there is a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan creations, increasing the purity and divinity of golden blood towards the absolute. This theory must be tested. The experiments to be arranged.
What's going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Alchema and... me? My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation.
Do you mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy. When the Black Tide was approaching, the Grove had planned to send Circe's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
But Circe took over his body and resurrected him, which led to the situation we're in now.
That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident?
It wasn't.
Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the Black Tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
Put everything on the line. I put my theories to the test no matter the cost. Danny always gets me. We're tight.
Exactly. When the Black Tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
Well, yes, but actually no.
No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Circe would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
Could he have taken them for other purposes?
Like what? There's only one Titan left in the world now.
Carefully.
No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must first understand the principle of creation. If Anaxa is in Alchema now, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Y'all are saying it as if he's gonna murder him.
Sir, this sky above us, it's not real, is it?
He sounded a lot more innocent.
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick.
You know what he's actually asking. Empedocles.
The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the Holy City is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
Now we're getting close to what he was asking.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
Close enough. Welcome back, Teyvat.
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
He carried on his wish.
Child of humanity, you didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
Not really, no.
So, you figured it out. They call me a blasphemer, Circes. But that doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods.
Exactly! That's what I was saying.
As I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Oh? If power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more? The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
He formed a conclusion.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own
Naxi
eyes.
also gets me. We are tight. We're like this.
Professor Anaxa, I'm here. His life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Is that a threat? Damn, I didn't know you could play like that.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I need.
I love the alchemist talk.
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and his survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Get it.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
He's gonna prove everything, girl. You're not even ready for it.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Well, yes, but actually no.
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
She's also a brat. They're both brats.
Of course you would remember. Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso, one of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Calypso?
Huh? Oh, that's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it? And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the Grove's past like the back of your hand?
She's getting a bit too defensive.
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul.
That is not a good sign.
Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world. So who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness? Yet you have no idea who she is. The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans, because they all evolved from one. Does this answer disappoint you?
With how proud she seems to be, I think it does disappoint her.
Yes, because you've answered nothing.
She's in denial.
If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts.
Oh, girl.
How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that, but it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can revive a Titan?
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
With all due respect, Professor Anaxagoras, that is not simple.
I have news from Hyacinth and Danhun. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
Cutie, they don't know.
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
Except Lygus. I'm pretty sure Lygus knows.
I'm sorry.
No!
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit.
See, they did that annoying thing with the expressions again. He had a sorrowful expression for 2 seconds, and then he went back to his smiley face like nothing happened. It made that story seem very disingenuous.
What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kindness is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans.
Preposterous! The Christos heirs only have their standing because of the Council of Elders! How dare they trample over it!
They just came here to talk. His legs infuriate me. They are very disproportionate with his torso. They're sticks. I know they have these shadows to make them look muscular. It is not working.
It has indeed been some time, Lord Crateros. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down.
You are.
Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for Kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
His voice just now sounded really good.
Did you? Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Can't you just communicate via the teleslate?
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos arena.
Finon couldn't go too long without seeing Mighty.
It's come a lot sooner than I expected. But perhaps it is time. I need you to step up, Finon, in order for me to retreat behind the scenes.
A lot sooner than you expected. Hasn't it been like hundreds of years?
Yes, this is my duty, but...
Aww.
It is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words instead of lances. There is no glory in winning this debate, but that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finon, you are a Chrysos heir without flaw, capable of relating deeply with humans.
I appreciate what you've taught me, Adlaya. I hope we'll live up to your expectations and win this debate.
Well, he took on that responsibility quickly. Girl, you're embarrassing yourself.
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today. Dear Councilors, let me know my sorely missed those last 3 unicorns. Back then, Amphoreus told me in absence. Each of their own movie about God's popular shared those humans. Yet, in all over our forces, all this time long been seen, but no way out of this fight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Aranova, or return to the prosperous aristocracy of our past? Make your choice. Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
None. In my humble opinion, none. But I guess I have to make a choice. God damn it. Well, Finon stands for Aranova, so I stand for it. I don't stand for it because I know how much suffering it's gonna bring him, and I don't want that, but you know, I can't like agree to Kindness. Her name sounds like a dog.
We all know that Arachrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the 3 Titans of Calamity be born, and Arachrysia is nevermore. but bring demise to those titans, and Erechrysia will descend upon us again.
And how do you know that the 3 Titans of Calamity won't descend upon you again? Besides that, the Flame Reaver is a continuous threat. How do you plan to get rid of that? I can't believe no one brought into the debate the Flame Reaver.
Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on our side.
They're showing us their feet as if we don't know who they are.
Castorus? Why are you standing over there?
You finally arrived, Anaxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do?
Is he mocking her because she's losing her humanity?
Tell me, dear citizens, if we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
Her proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go back to the old days?
Thank you.
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Fagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic holy city?
This is so funny and ironic, and you can just tell he does not believe a word he says because he's direct victim of the disaster that happened at the Grove, but for the sake of playing his role, he's just ignoring that. But this place, exactly. Okay, so they did mention the Flame Reaver. I forgot.
Oh. Could it be that you heard that from the Flame Reaver themselves?
Well, he's kind of standing next to me, so... kinda, yeah.
Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessed hymn. Oh, beautiful old world, where are you now? Oh, legend.
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to end.
Even the way he speaks sounds so fake. He truly is the great performer.
This is bad. The masses are now totally riled up.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can find Thanatos' existence, right?
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring about this city. However, dear citizens, we are truly fortunate and blessed. For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death, will surely find Thanatos under my guidance.
The balance shattered. The result is clear. By Kefali and Talent above, as the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this citizens' assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the Flame Chase journey.
I want to talk to each of them, or to whoever I can. Oh, I can't talk to anyone. Okay, I can talk exclusively to her. That's fine. I was just curious about what the others had to say as well.
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My
apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
In actuality, he showed me a past that was both long and heavy.
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image.
Wait, so you can suddenly see them too?
And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
Alright then, keep your secrets.
Oh my goodness, is this cliffhanger really necessary?
He's a drama queen and we all know it.
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid play, and the truth will naturally reveal itself.
I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle. If life is priceless, then there is hardly anything else in this world that is of equal weight to it, right?
I don't know. Maybe death?
Indeed. As expected of the wisest scholar in the land.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
Girl, you just did. She did, right? Yeah, this is a question.
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
Point Casteress sacrificed herself.
What?
I'm not sure though.
What kind of strange question is this? I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Yes, I would.
Oh?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good.
Okay.
If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation.
Well, girl, you kind of messed up the whole cycle of life and death, but we'll move past that, I guess.
After all, you, me, and the rest will all have to face that fateful moment eventually. My time is finally here. However, perhaps because of my firm belief in the immeasurable value of life, I am unable to complete the trial.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
There are plenty of ways of interpreting words, but it's about how you carry them out. In this case,
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial
can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life.
That annoying person that brings JJK up so often, but it reminds me of Maki and Mai in JJK, where it was thought that twins are a bad omen. It's kind of similar here, where the pair of twins are a bad omen in and of themselves.
I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
Fortune makes fools of us all.
That could pass for something Aventurine could say, honestly.
My sister is prepared to sacrifice herself. And yet, I can't do the same.
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave this trial to the end, there is still plenty of time for you to ponder.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing seem familiar. But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some recollection of this.
This woman is still in denial. Because I refuse to believe that she doesn't understand what's going on. I think she's just in denial. But you're in ancient Greece, girl. You're not in Egypt.
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans, before they attain their divinity. If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
I knew this day would eventually come.
Are the both of you ready?
Polixia. I'm here. What? This...
This is quite interesting indeed.
See, I thought I understood this whole thing about the cycles, but the twins still trip me out because why is Castoris in the past cycle and in the new cycle, but she doesn't have the memories of her past cycle? I get that it is because she sacrificed herself and because Polixia pulled some shenanigans so that Castoris wouldn't, even though she sacrificed herself, didn't lose her life. But it still messes up with my brain. And I'm just trying to understand.
Is this... Polixia's sister? Is it... me? Now, it's time for us to fulfill our promises. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of?
No.
I won't be able to do it.
Look, see, this is a great expression. Since we kept talking about expressions, this is a great one. I see genuine fear and sorrow in this face. And she has half of it covered.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, and according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on.
Even if it was prophesized, do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction?
But you are not the only ones who are forced into destruction. You just saw Nias sacrifice himself.
All right, my dear Polixia. It's time to extract my heart and light the flame of death. After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
Yes, and that was foreshadowing.
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I am certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. Even now, my answer remains the same. This is...
Everybody, we've come to the end. Unfortunately, I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse their soul into my own body. However, being able to glean all this from them is exciting enough.
This means that the demigods, who bear the core flames, will also become the new titans at the world's end, thereby shaping a new world?
I believe that this is the truth behind the Era Nova, as mentioned in the prophecy.
This is utterly unbelievable. Besides, those twins in the past, even if they really are Thanatos, their whereabouts are still unknown even today.
You're right here.
Are their whereabouts truly unknown? Didn't Polixia mention that seaside town, the birthplace of alchemy and the tale of the dragon? In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that description. Styxia.
But the people there worship Vagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place, as in the time of Idonia, it had long turned into underwater ruins.
Take this.
This is...
the new Sporist masterpiece, the Philosopher's Stone. It was made by transmuting all of the sages' wisdom into a single entity, with their flesh and blood as its foundation.
But before I leave, I have another question. What exactly did we witness just now?
That was the world imprinted in Kefali's soul.
So I was right earlier when I said that those crystal thingies are memories. I'm glad when I'm proven that I'm not stupid.
If we are to prove its existence, you must take the final step. Go. Do not disappoint me.
I understand.
I merely wanted to ask, was that stone transmuted from your heart? If so, rebirth is no longer an option for you.
I don't think he even wanted that. And I think he didn't want that for a long time.
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a teenager, I lost my faith. A while back, although you saved my life, I also lost my soul in the process. Now I'm merely forsaking my body. What's the big deal?
Lack of self-care that this man has for himself is again, to parallel, is as worrying as Aventurine.
Why are you always finding ways to die? Isn't it good to be alive?
No!
This is but a necessary sacrifice on my path to transform into the purest of them all.
I don't know a lot about Honkai, but I know, and my explanation may be very stupid, may sound very stupid, that I know that Sue, Anaxa's XP, turns into a tree, so I kind of like the Ormond Soul. It has a name, but I can't recall it. So I'm guessing this is a reference to that.
If my hypothesis is correct, it means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape this absurd world that you all have created.
I will say something that may make me look like as much of a madman as him, but from the way he's talking and from these very subtle hints, I do not think that this is the last we will see of him. Maybe I'm coping very hard because I really like him and I want to see more of him, but I think we will see at least a little bit more of him. At least a little bit more outside of this version.
You know that the core flame of death has always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kindness desire to gain the power to control that core flame in the approaching Citizens' Assembly. Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kindness. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed, hoping thus to eradicate death from this world. If they're successful, then the flame chase journey will cease, and Akama can enjoy everlasting peace. But
Castorus, I too look forward to your journey. I wonder what kinds of new interpretations your completed story will bring to the flame chase journey.
Thank you, Lady Eclia.
I hate to put a damper on this heartwarming moment, but if Styxia is now an island surrounded by the river of Soul's torrents, then how do we find a way in? Lady Treby is probably...
By the way, I wanted to mention this earlier, but I forgot. We haven't seen Treby at all, and I know that she just went through that regrettable thing with Trienne, but I still expected to see her at least a bit. We have not seen a glimpse of... We have seen Trinan when he went into the trial of Oryx, but that's it.
The answer is quite simple. In the Mids, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead their treasure vault. That is to say, they could enter and leave the nether realm as they pleased. And if they could do that, then it follows that the demigod who inherited their divinity must be capable of the same. I'll see you at Marmorial Palace at Action Hour tomorrow. Cypher shall be your guide to finding that ancient city.
I talking about her. I was just talking about Truby.
Cass? What a surprise.
I'm glad to see her. She's very lovely.
Lady Treby.
Is something troubling you?
I just wanted to speak to Lady Trian for a bit before I set off. No matter how breathtakingly beautiful Styxia once was, the place is now the domain of the departed. There is no telling what we'll encounter there. I don't want to have any regrets.
Has anyone told you that your eyes are sparkling today?
Is that a figure of speech?
She is such a cutie.
In the past, when you did smile once in a while, all of us could see that your heart remained troubled even as you smiled.
Lady Treby, you know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie. I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, you hardly ever talked of your past. None of us knows what you went through, apart from Maggie. But we know it must have been filled with pain and hardships, as it is the fate every Chrysosaur is destined to live out.
I do wonder if Aglaya knows because she conditioned casters to tell her, because, and listen, I'm not trying to paint Aglaya in a bad light, but she's kind of, I guess, not gaslighting, but I don't know what word to use so that it wouldn't sound bad. I guess she can make characters say things that will be favorable to her, like things that she wants to hear. It happened with Mighty when he made up his mind to go to Castrum Kremnos. It happened with Finon when he had to participate in the debate. So, I'm wondering if the same thing happened with Castorus.
Trian was actually working on a surprise gift for you. It's a pity she didn't get to finish it. But now Trinan and I are working on it, and we'll make sure to give it to you. So, let's meet back here when you return from Styxia. Safe travels. See you tomorrow!
Such a cute, wholesome interaction. We needed this too. It's Castorus, right? I could be sarcastic, but you know what? I'll be sarcastic.
Worry. It's nothing heavy. It isn't a long way from here. Shall we?
But even if it's not heavy, I have to go out of the house.
I'd love to go in.
On another note, their colors contrast very prettily. Oh my god, my game.
The streets are packed.
I want to vote! Tell me how I can vote!
Take your ceramic shard engraved with the Kephili rune, select the Council of Elders in your heart, and pray silently until the shard
Hey,
no,
no, that's not
and toss it into
correct. You shouldn't tell them who to choose.
The Council of Elders? More like the Council of Buffoons! The Black Tide
You
took
tell
my
'em.
hometown long ago! Who are they kidding with bringing back Arachrysia? It's all a shame to create their own Arachrysia in Akama!
I can't do it. Their voices. They pierce my ears. The bleeding. Thanks.
I know that feeling, child. I was once as lost as you are now. But you must respect those walking towards death. Just like how you should respect yourself as the Holy Maiden granting humans glory and liberation.
What you're asking me to do is no better than the task of an executioner. And yet you want me to respect myself. No matter the titles, I am still taking away human lives.
This won't be the first time that Edonia's fanatical nether warriors have faced death. On the contrary, recruits new to the battlefield often run away from their first fight. Death is the mightiest and gravest power in this world. The fact that you can wield it means you are deserving of respect.
That's such a twisted reason.
It is for real.
Pain for the dying, as well as pain for themselves.
No. I can never get used to this.
You misunderstand, child. I am not telling you to get used to it.
She's telling you that sometimes a swift death is better than enduring a long and painful death, which a lot of people, like sick people, endure, and they are. You know, this is too much of a depressing discussion. I'm just gonna move on.
I'm asking you to consider the source of the dead's suffering.
Exactly.
And use that knowledge to fortify your future touches with more and more determination.
So that it can be soft and swift.
Walk with the dead and love them as you love life. Then you'll no longer hear those noises.
Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die.
I have a feeling that it's gonna be like the Rappa's quest, where if you don't want to do it, the game just keeps forcing you until you do it. But you know what? I'm gonna test that theory.
Is your duty.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you cannot learn to accept death, then Idonia has no place for you.
Well,
This
she
is
went
your
to
last
Akama,
chance.
so.
No!
See, yeah, it's just as I thought. It's the illusion of choice.
No!
Normally I would have read the descriptions, but they genuinely make me sad, so that's why I'm moving through
May
them.
you gain some insights through his sacrifice.
They basically described how he passed.
Is this all?
No. Come with me.
Why was that no
This
so?
is just the beginning of your life as the Maiden of War.
You executioner!
Holy Maiden!
Doesn't it? Can I just kill them if I do this?
Grant her glorious death.
No. Okay.
Do it then, executioner.
You heard him. curse you to live in eternal pain.
You told her to do it!
Please. Grant me release.
No, I don't want to do it. You'll curse me too.
What to do?
Wait, so this one is eel herder, pain, and stuff. Damn. Do the others have... Okay. Sadistic murder. Yeah. Yeah, girl, you did the right thing. And what was the first one? Courageous warrior, guide me home, holy maiden. Okay. Yeah. With this one too, we need to put her out of her misery. Oh, a battle is coming up. I need to change my team. I need to change the team. This isn't gonna cut it. What team do I even use? I need to switch him up. And Luocha.
What are you trying to do with me?
I have aged. The time has come for me to heed the summons of Thanatos and journey to their domain. The final resting place of every Idonian.
You're not that old yet. You still have many years ahead of you.
She really isn't. There is no wrinkle on that face.
Already dead.
Oh, is she saying that like she hates herself? Is she admitting that she does hate herself because she was an executioner?
For I have come to fear my declining health and impending death.
Me too. Me too.
Castoris, I've taught you and cared for you as my own daughter all this time because of this blessing that's been with you since your birth. I know no one else in the world would understand the weight of life and death more than you do.
There is such a thin line between a blessing and a curse. It may sound like I'm joking right now, but I'm being for real. It's a really philosophic paradox.
You can only live your life to the fullest after understanding this principle.
Why is her voice randomly getting so aggressive?
And when you do, even if you eventually leave Idonia's protection,
which she will,
even if you must carry the
see
forever,
they did it.
You can live with your head held high, like everyone else.
I genuinely do not know why her voice gets randomly so aggressive. They did the thing. First it was blessing and curse written above, and now it's curse and blessing written above. Do you see how deep this is? It's so I'm 14 and this is deep.
No. How can I?
Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know.
I'm trying to make light of the situation because the subject matter is so heavy and I do not want to overwhelm my brain.
Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least that you possess the resolve to become one. Come now. It's time. I've already taught you.
Didn't I replace Anaxa? No, not details.
Do all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden.
You already said that. this particular battle music, which of course just stopped as I began talking. This music is so intense and so like it calls you to battle, and I really really like it. I love the sound design of Amphoreus.
On the day that Oryx's trial ended, you must have had many questions. I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphoreus' fate?
Yeah. I didn't include the Castor's animation for two reasons. The first one being that I know most of you have seen it already, and if you do want to see it, I do encourage you to go to the Hoyoverse, to YouTube, to the Honkai account and watch it there, because it really truly is very very beautiful, and they deserve to get that as revenue for all the work that has been put into it. And the second reason is that it made me cry, and I didn't want to get vulnerable like that. It's not the first time I saw it, and that's what good art does. It gets emotions out of you. But moving on.
I wished I could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot simply interact with the living as ordinary people do. Even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove. And it was obvious that nothing had happened. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart. When I thought that perhaps my touch would no longer bring sorrow, fate declared to me, it wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take.
Honestly, when you think about it, I think most of us didn't expect that. I don't think the majority of us expected the Trailblazer to be gone. It was a very good plot twist. Like, that was a plot twist that we didn't expect. It wasn't like Firefly being Sam or Finon being the Flame Reaver. That was a good plot twist.
And did I really think this time would be any different? It's not that I don't understand this reality, just that I'm unwilling to accept it.
Me too. That's why I seek refuge into games, because this world just ain't it.
Having walked such a long road, I am still unable to find the answer to life and death. I am resigned to eternal despair.
She is so real for that, and so I'm 14 and this is deep. Those are the kinds of things I was saying when I was 14 and depressed. I'm still depressed, but and maybe I'm still saying things like that. You know what? She's just like me for real. I'm no better. I have no right to judge her.
Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the sea of flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I found no surprise in it, for her words sounded not like a foretelling, but a perfect reflection of my past.
This is interesting. It's a different prophecy from the last cycle. I don't remember it word for word. I'll put it on the screen, but I know for sure it's different.
What's this?
You know what that is.
The coin of Zagreus, and... so it's her.
Who?
It's a lady's cipher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaya had spoken of. She's a master thief who's left legendary tales all over Amphoreus. So many years have passed, yet she's still announcing herself in such a crass manner.
Damn, what a change in behavior. Where's the delicate girl from just moments ago?
Let's just do as the slate says and look for Lady Cypher.
Okay, I'll visit the memorial market. You, for a playful thief, you sure write a lot.
We must pursue her.
That's not what it said in the subtitles. That's funny. No, I didn't want to talk to you. Oh. No, that is not Cypher.
Stop hiding among the people and letting the wind carry your voice.
I think that's cool though, letting the wind carry your voice. That's very animal coded.
Now.
I really like what the actress did just there. That now sounded kind of like a meow, but it didn't sound in an exaggerated and cringy way. It sounded really good.
Now.
I love that. I exited the game, and when I logged back in, the huge dramas that was just here disappeared. And I just think that's funny.
Come on. If I really wanted to hide, you'd never find me.
They're so cute when they hit this pose. She has a lot of crescent moon motifs. I see one here, I see one on her pendant. And these are eyes, these are cat eyes. I see another crescent moon here on this pin on her clothes, I guess. Another crescent moon right down here. Yeah, she has a lot of crescent moons. I wonder if this has anything to do with anything.
Give me the jewelry piece first, or everything's off the table.
Oh, she's pissed. She's mad pissed. Oh, another crescent moon. You know what? Girl, same. I love the moon so much. It's... Who doesn't love the moon?
Mind your own business.
This casterist is so different from the casterist that we usually know. I say this as a good thing. I like that they give her actual character depth, and she doesn't have just one personality, and she isn't always calm and collected and nice. I like this, and I want to see it done more often.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back. Now, if I lose, I'll do what you want me to do. Return this deposit to you, plus giving you another room full of treasures. How does that sound?
You sound like you have all the confidence in the world.
I think she's just playing confident, but she genuinely wants to help Casteress.
In that case, let's make a pact with those conditions. I hope you're prepared to lose it all.
Plans, though. Don't go to the bath tomorrow. Come look for me at Akima's city gates instead.
I didn't fully get this part. Why did she insist to not go to the baths? And the only conclusion I can come to... Well, I have two, actually, conclusions. Hypotheses. One of them is that she wants to avoid Aglaya. And the other one is that she wants to avoid water, because commonly cats don't like taking baths.
So, why are you changing the meeting place?
Oh, nothing really. Just a bit...
Oh, there we go.
Scared of the seamstress's frosty face. I wouldn't stay a second longer in Akama if it were up to me.
I'm still gonna assume it's also because she wants to avoid water.
Totally. The trio team is the best set up to reach the finals. No need, I already told her. She's fine with it. You sure know how to put me in a spot, Casterus.
I thought you wanted to avoid
I need to travel
her.
with you, but I can't touch you.
What a bother.
Sorry.
I genuinely can't grasp how she transported her.
Oh, I was just teasing. Don't take it to heart.
So maybe she put her on an inanimate object and carried the inanimate object with Caceres on it. Like, she put her on a chair and carried the chair.
Get ready. Be steady. Hi, your turn. Don't be nervous. After all, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye. All done.
Bye-bye. Being cute isn't my only forte. I'm strong too.
That's literally one of the most March things anyone could say.
Even one as erudite as Anaxa could only point us to this place, and no further.
Erudite, erudition, Anaxa emanator of news confirmed?
I believe that.
Go back whence you came. Go back. Ahead lies the realm of the dead.
You don't sound threatening at all.
What a beautiful butterfly. Is it talking to us?
This is a eulogistic butterfly. They are found in places where many have met their demise. In Idonia, some think of them as manifestations of Thanatos' benevolence, but the fact that we're able to hear their whispers proves that we're fast approaching the realm of the dead.
Aren't you already in the realm of the dead? Is this not considered the realm of the dead
These
yet?
shadowy figures. Are they illusions reflected by the River of Souls?
No. No, they're not. They're wandering souls who never got to truly pass. And the place is full of them.
Do you want to buy any fish?
Huh? He can see us?
I'm gonna be annoying and bring JJK in again. This introduction reminds me of the curses in JJK, who, you know, when they wander about, they say random things. They used to say,
Tully.
This.
I don't understand how this works, because isn't he just like a spirit? What is she touching? He doesn't have a physical form. I'm being nitpicky again.
I knew it. These people aren't illusions. They're the souls of the deceased.
So then, I guess I'll just assume she touched his soul.
They're supposed to reach the end of the west wind by floating down the River of Souls. Yet, they have floundered upon the shoals of the stream, unable to move forward. Did Thanatos reject them? Or perhaps they didn't really die at all?
Styxia is so freaky.
Then why have you come back, Lady Cypher?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world. Especially that stinky
See, I
river of
was onto something about that avoiding the bats thing.
But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And I reckon you should know about it. It's about that boy who defied death. I found traces of him here.
That boy. She for real referred to Mighty as boy.
Lord Mighty?
Well, I guess considering she's a demigod, she's like very old. Maybe that's why.
Oh, right! That's his name. Well, now you know. As for whether that info is accurate...
Yeah, how are we supposed
Don't
to
worry.
get there?
It's time for me to shine.
Doesn't March say something like that? Something similar in one of her attacks?
Ready to shine. Ornyx's rune of recollection is nearby. Use prayers to return the river to before it got flooded.
Thanks for the free tutorial, just like that. You sure sound like you've been here before. Jess?
Huh.
Jess!
So this path actually didn't exist back then?
Go melt it down.
Why is she slumping like that? She looks like that meme with the floating guy on the hole.
To accept black tide monsters into their realm.
These things don't even have a face. They don't even have a face. They have a full ass body, but they don't have a face. They have heels,
anybody who trespasses upon death,
but they don't have a
price. Let me deal with these enemies.
I hope you're not pulling the same thing that Hyacinth pulled with Dan Heng.
I'm the shadow.
You did. You're not even in the team. They didn't let me trial with her some more. Let me study these enemies again because this triggers me. This thing triggers me. They gave them feminine curves, but they did not give them a face. That looks like a vase. I get it. You see, guys, this thing is the vase. This thing is the flower that you put in the vase. That's what's got to be going on.
The Hycelins was still alive. I think she might be able to do that too.
This is such an important details. If Hycelins was alive, she'd be able to do that. So, we know she's gonna be playable. We've seen a bit of her in the trailer. So, my question is, what will happen after 3.4? Because we know serious stuff is gonna go down in 3.4. And I think the time-space shenanigans are only gonna get more and more confusing. Do we travel to the past in 3.4? Do we reset the cycle?
You seem to be able to discern both the past and the future.
Where do I have to go? Oh. So, yeah, I'm wondering, are all those, since we now know that Hycelins is dead, are all those shadowy figures that we saw in the trailer, are all of them dead? We know that Ziraidra is missing, so not necessarily dead, but she's somewhere. She's gone.
Oh, this place must have been a beautiful courtyard in the past.
So we're definitely doing something in 3.4. What if Finon completely loses it, man? What if he crashes out? I'm not ready for that. I don't want that.
This power that I possess is a blessing rather than a curse. But I never managed to convince myself of that.
Cass, are you still trying to create a world without death?
Yes, because when placed under time's vast scales, there is no worry in this world that cannot be solved.
What about ill people? Would you rather have them live in agony their entire lives? Yeah, I can't agree with you.
This is a wish that I've held for almost a millennium. My mind might have changed once upon a time if people managed to strike up a friendship with me. But I've never been more firm in my conviction. Now that I've learned about your near-death state, it is my duty to wipe death from the face of this world.
Wait! What if the miracle suddenly loses its effect?
You can fly!
Ma'am?
What? Wait a minute. That means the girl born in the dragon's embrace, the personification of death these souls talked about. That's you, Cass?
I find Mem so interesting because there are some things that she knows suspiciously well and some things that she doesn't know at all. And what I'm curious about is if she only has a fraction of her memories and not all of them, or if this is related to who she is and where she is placed in the story and for how long she's been around.
I've already had an inkling for a while now, but I honestly have no memories of Styxia. My memories only begin after Amunet brought me to Idonia.
Why doesn't this work? Huh? But they show it as a target. Oh, so the assassin throwing knives hit it, but the guy with the gun couldn't hit it. What? That makes me mad.
Did you hear about the great work that I'm doing here? And have thus arrived to give me the last material that I need for transmutation?
Great work?
Is this like an ancestor of Anaxa?
Have you heard of the great name of Pollux, perchance?
We did.
You have? Then that's good. During the age of myth, a time likely before your birth, I was the unsurpassed zenith of alchemy that none could reach. On the shoals of the River of Souls, I shall make Pollux soar again and bring death back to the world.
But didn't that dragon already bring death to the world?
Oh? Looks like you don't know the whole picture. Well, it's true that the missing girl can grant death to mortals. Pollux, the one who delivered her onto this world, makes it so that humankind cannot die.
He's right.
So, it's just as I feared. This is my guess. The deceased are supposed to drift down the River of Souls until they reach the end of the West Winds. But this River of Souls was blocked by Pollux's fall.
That's right. That's why it's imperative that I bring the dragon back to the mortal realm and make it soar the skies again.
Black Tide Creations, When did they... Mister, please fight them with caution.
There's no time to lose. Time to you cannot hide. Darkness charge.
Yeah, so you see what my problem is? My problem is that
Something out of nothing.
I got a little impulsive and I went ahead and got an Anaxa's light cone too, because I just really like him. But this is where my problem comes. My problem is that I want Ratio's light cone as well. And the biggest problem is that Finon got dripped today. And you may already know that Finon is my absolute favorite. I am inexplicably excited for him. I'm gonna pull for him and his light cone and maybe Eidolon. But it's hard to prioritize. And I just hope I can save a lot for him, because I already feel guilty that I got an access light cone. I should have saved everything that I've got for him. But the thing is that I haven't pulled a new character on this account in... I don't even remember when. Sunday was the last one that I pulled. And I feel the difference in the end game, you know. I have all the new characters on my other account. I have Herta, I have Caceres, Mighty, Tribi, Facial. I have them all over there because I really saved my resources here. And I went ahead and got an Anaxa just so I could feel something, you know. I just hope I'll find Finon fun to play with, because if I don't, then I'm gonna be disappointed. That's why I went ahead and pulled for an Anaxa's light cone, because I find him very fun to play. And the same with Ratio. I love follow-up. It's my favorite archetype in this entire game. Follow-up is just so much fun to me. Before follow-up it used to be DOT, but we all know what happened to that. I really wish I could indulge in some more DOT, but near more
strive upon their triumphant return. You?
Bro had me speechless.
Lord Mighty?
He is glowing. We did miss him.
Lord Mighty.
King.
You've been through some tough battles once again.
That's his entire life at this point.
That black tide is endless. My death is only temporary.
That's why his back is so wide and muscly, because he's carrying all that burden on it.
I will find my path of return and go back to the world of the living and continue my protection.
Why did they put protection in quotation marks? It's literally what he's doing. It's not a figure of speech.
Lord Mighty, I have always wanted to. Why does death reject you?
I'm the one resisting it. I must resist the temptation to go with the flow.
You know what this makes me think about? It makes me think of what Cypher said to Caceres earlier, when she asked if she ever lived for her own pleasure, you know, that whole hedonism thing. And I think this question could be posed to Mighty as well. He's so burdened by his responsibility as the Kremnoan prince that he never seems to think about himself. I think Castorus and Mighty would get along wonderfully.
I'll go against the current and kill my way out of this cursed nether realm. That is my destiny.
I don't know if he's necessarily stuttering as much as he's groaning even more than usual.
It seems like he's completely focused on resisting the temptation of the dead's whispers. He's working hard every minute to deny death. It seems his battlefield is not limited to the world of the living. Lord Mighty, are you willing to travel with us? We're headed for the Matrix inside that tower, to summon Thanatos from their prolonged concealment.
Let's go together, Castorus. Let the person who has brushed against death countless times guide your way.
A man!
That's very Genshin coded. Not Anaxa's armpits. The moons. The two moons. Before you are arrested and broken chains, remnant of a path that once led to the tower.
This is going to be difficult.
Okay, so we're gonna pay attention to the rusted chains and not to the huge skeleton in front of us.
I'm familiar with this kind of mechanism.
Yeah, you are. There's that really cool scene of you in the trailer.
But I've never repaired broken chains.
But the scene in the trailer.
Got it! Just leave it to me!
I'm sorry, but that is insane power.
The pink squirrel.
That thing is huge.
Is very smart.
Why am I a squirrel now?
The miracle's range is limited.
Ooh.
Please come a little closer.
I don't want to get close. Respectfully, Castorus, I don't want to get too close to you.
Aren't I a good fit for Orynyx's priest?
Is that?
It is.
Wow, there are so many of you!
So good to see her again.
It's little Cass and little Grape. Oh, there's also little D and the big puppy.
Even though she's been alone here, she still seems like she's still her. She hasn't lost her spark.
Trian, aren't you? Get what? I'm getting even more confused.
This is the first time I've encountered a deceased friend while going upstream in the River of Souls.
This is interesting information because what about his friends? Those guys, he was telling us about in 3.1. Shouldn't they be here as well?
It really works like this. Just like the other departed spirits we've encountered along the way. I'm also unable to sense the aura of the living on Lady Trian.
Yup, you're right. Trian already knows that she'll not be able to return to everyone's side. But Trian believed that little Cass would eventually return to the Netherrealm. So, Trian has been standing here, at this spot closest to the world of the living, and waiting for little Cass.
Oh. It must have been very tough for you.
She's such a strong girl.
But according to what Trian said, we're almost at the entrance of the Netherrealm.
Yeah, it's not exactly closest to the world of the living.
Trian promised Treevy and Treenan that when little Cass got here, Trian would get the gift ready and be the first person to run over and welcome you. So, little Cass, don't cry. Please, accept this. We finally finished it.
She is the literal cutest. Look at all of them. I love every single little detail of this.
This is what Lady Treeby once mentioned. The gift for me that you didn't manage to finish.
The Holy Maiden of Yanis. Even when separated by life and death, their thoughts are still connected.
That is creepy, like, I don't really understand how that works, but good for them.
Trian spent a lot of time drawing this. Trian hopes that little Cass likes it.
Do you know what my favorite thing of this is? Once again, they managed to draw they managed to draw the Trailblazer to look androgynous. Like, this could be Callus as much as this could be Stell. And I love that. Trian is so talented.
Seriously. It's seriously a wonderful drawing. Lady Trian.
This is our flame chase journey.
If only your flame chase journey would have been so peaceful.
Little Cass, we don't know what your journey was like before. Treevy has always said that it must have been a very harsh and frightening journey.
And the lonely one. But in this one, she's not lonely.
But little Cass no longer has anything to fear now. Because everyone is here with you in this flame chase journey!
That's right. Only now, when I see Lady Trian's gift, do I realize that I've already obtained so many things I would never have dared to dream of since I embarked on the flame chase journey. It's the first time I've gained so many companions. The first time I picked up the hobbies of crafting and photography. The first time I had dinner with someone else. The first time I went to the market to buy the Chimera doll I'd liked for a very long time and hugged it to sleep.
The fact that this is her first time of doing all of this stuff when she has lived for a millennia is heartbreaking. Again, I can't even fathom that.
The first time I wore a dress personally made by Lady Aglaya. The first time I went for a walk with Lady Treeby, Lady Trian, and Lady Treenan. The first time I enjoyed the night breeze and looked up at the stars with Miss Hyacinth. The first time I took care of Dromasis with the Trailblazer.
It really is the little things in life that make it worth living.
Looking back at all these experiences I never thought were possible, it feels as though the scales of my life had shrunk from centuries and decades down to minutes and seconds. And all of them are so precious. I took countless photos in the past, but they're all black and white landscapes. I don't have a single one with friends. If I had known, I would have taken more pictures.
I'm surprised that since she likes photography so much, she didn't take photos of her friends. No, that's a good idea. But will Mighty and Trian show up?
Trian says yes! Trian likes little Cass, and would love to take a picture with little Cass.
Sadly, being departed souls, our images cannot be captured in the world of the living.
Okay, so I was onto something.
I thought so too.
What? Are we seriously going to leave any room for regret?
There won't be any regrets. This vivid drawing surpasses any photograph from the world of the living.
Little Cass smiled. Treevee, Trinan, and Trian's wishes finally come true!
I remember you once said that fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road, but where people tread beyond the gate. Now, the path that belongs to me is about to reach the end. Thank you for bringing me the final key.
Key? Little Cass, why are you talking in riddles all of a sudden?
I have a feeling that soon, this gift of yours will become the key to saving Mister's life.
See guys, she cares as well. Or at most, she's curious. Or maybe she brought Trian here so that she'd make sure we would meet with her.
Wow, that's amazing! Then keep smiling and carry on bravely! Little Cass, Little Gray, everyone, see you tomorrow!
Aww. Why?
Lady Trian.
The aura of this place. We have indeed reached the end of the stream of souls.
I'm curious, does that mean that she's really gone for now? Because casters didn't touch her, so I'm not sure exactly what that means.
If I go any further, I might lose myself. I must leave now, for the black tide still wreaks havoc in the realm of the living.
You go off, King.
I have broken free from the chains of death countless times. This time will be no different. Castorus, will you fulfill your duty for the flame chase?
I have yet to make my decision, Lord Mighty.
No matter. Make the choice your heart desires. Even if it takes 1,000 years of waiting.
He can say that because he also took his sweet time in making his choice. And this echoes a little those discussions that Nias and Polixia had. I like that.
I will continue to fight till I die, then rise from death till the miracle descends.
There is one more thing you should know, Lord Mighty.
What is it?
Professor Anaxa may have deduced the principles behind the Era Nova. You and I may be reincarnated strife and death in the next cycle, becoming calamities wreaking havoc upon the world.
There's no coincidence that she, the third demigod of calamity, is here. All three gods of calamity have gathered in this place. It's got to be the worst feeling to be one of those three, and to have this revelation thrown upon you, because you have to live with the knowledge that when the world gets reset, you will be the one to essentially destroy everything. That is heavy. It's arguably an even heavier burden than the one Kefali has to bear.
I see.
Is that all? Are you going to accept such a fate without complaints?
Do you have a strategy to shatter the shackles of our fate?
I haven't found it yet. Perhaps I never will.
Then, cease wasting your thoughts on futile matters.
But it's not futile.
Control what little you can. And when fate's inescapable grasp comes, resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
If you want might, he's got might.
Thank you.
If you want a motivational speech,
I will find the right decision.
He's got might.
In the name of strife, may you meet a fitting end.
This must be the alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. We need to insert Aquila's sky, Georios' earth, Kefali's fire, Fagusa's ocean.
Kefali's fire. So Kefali is associated with fire, huh? Do you know who else is associated with fire? The Flame Reaver.
Then, let the ritual begin.
Pretty.
Styxia, the pearl of the ocean, plagued by unwarranted calamity and ravaged by death in the fairy tale. It was the first city-state to shift their faith towards death, even before Idonia did. From where you stand now, I suppose that's a bit hard to believe.
Indeed. I cannot imagine that those from the era Chrysia, blessed with eternal life, could ever yearn for death.
I have pondered the same question, child. But I am afraid there is no clear answer to it.
Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. That's how someone once explained to me why death is necessary to the world. But I still can't take that as the final answer. Would a world without journeys and epics be worse off?
I take it the one who spoke this line was a general, or perhaps a warrior. I, however, did find some...
Please enlighten me, Lady Almanette. Though I have already made up my mind on how to handle the authority and core flame of death. Your words might truly guide me toward the path forward.
You and I are neither warriors nor generals. Therefore, journeys and epics cannot truly resonate with us. But what if I reframe it like this? What if love is not a trait bestowed upon mortals by Nestia, but a blessing from death?
Love.
No one ever invented the word cherish in the era when life was eternal. For all the good things in the world could be revisited endlessly, and every bond formed carried no risk of being severed.
That doesn't sound bad at all, though.
The so-called Era Chrysia was an age devoid of both virtue and sin. People did not truly live. They simply existed, going through the motions without passion or purpose, then waiting for something to happen.
I get that this story is meant to show the player that the Era Chrysia, which the council is advocating for, is not good. But it's to me it still doesn't sound that bad. Like, even in this world where we have strife, we have death, we have, and I'm referring to the real world right now. I know so many people, and I myself am one of those people who just exist and not live. And it is because there is so much bad stuff going on that what is there even to live for? I can come with a counter argument to what Amunet is recounting here. It's existence is bad either way. I'm very nihilistic. If I follow the path in Honkai Star Rail, it would be nihility. I'm joking. I think I'd actually follow Equilibrium. I'm very, very interested about that path, and I can't wait until we get to meet someone who follows it or learn more about it. I think Equilibrium is so nuanced, can be so nuanced, that it would bring a lot of philosophical matters into discussions and dilemmas. It would bring a lot of dilemmas. And also radicalism to a certain extent, even if it's the path of equilibrium. Like, I feel like the Pathstriders would be very radical in their measures to keep the equilibrium going, and I like that dichotomy. I went on a rant so far away from the subject matter. I apologize.
Perhaps the people of Styxia chose to embrace death not out of fascination with its cruel and fearsome side, but instead became fixated and obsessed with the impulses and desires tied to a finite existence.
Therefore, death is not a thing of fear and desperation, but...
That's right, Casterus. It is the reason we shed tears when parting ways, and also the original spark that ignited the passion of mortals. If you truly intend to deprive the world of death, then be prepared to witness it return to a state of stagnation.
I will use all the love I've experienced in this long life to complete the final miracle. My teacher, Anaxa, grant me the wisdom of all things. I call upon thee, the stripped dead dragon's corpse. Rises from the earth, falls from the sky. As above, so below. This is the greatest power of all powers. Unstoppable in this world. The great work that commands all death. I shall grant you embrace.
I know this is an epic moment, but that is disgusting. Oh my god. No, no, take it away.
Like a shadow.
Oh, death. Sleep in peace. I'm sorry I have to wake you up from ancient death. And I know you're anxious. Shh. Don't be afraid. Do you remember me? I'm the girl you once carried across the Sea of Souls. I'm sorry I wasn't able to remember you, but with the help of many people, I was finally able to pick up these broken fragments of my past. I'm back, Pollux.
Call her Polixia.
I know this might not be what you wanted. But I have to do this. So please, carry me across the Sea of Souls again and return me to the Netherrealm, just like you did in the past. Please take me to where the core flame of death rests. I'll be going now. They may look scary, but as long...
His time is running out.
What's wrong?
Are you...
What's wrong with him?
His time is almost up. If I don't go now, I'm afraid his soul will return to Thanatos' embrace before me.
What? Oh no! Is there anything we can do?
Don't worry. I promised I would ask Thanatos for the Trailblazers' right to roam the Earth again. Mem, stay here and keep a close watch until I return, all right?
All right. I'm the best at taking care of others. Go on, Cass. Make sure not to leave yourself with any regrets.
Honestly, the more I see of Mem, the more I like her. I genuinely strive to be the kind of person, the kind of, to have her personality. She's amazing. No regrets. I think he's remembering Kafka's words.
Wait for me.
Oh, you sit in your little dinghy, eager to hear my song. Venture not with me into the vast sea, for perhaps without seeing me you will lose your way in the
After
ocean.
all that, you still ended up back here.
So the legends were true. The Netherrealm really is a sea of flowers.
Yes. Just like the flower fields we tended to back then.
Is that you, Plixia?
Do you remember me?
I don't have the memories from that time, but I've seen you before during an experiment.
I see. Call me Thanatos, then. It'll be easier.
No, your name is Polixia.
However, since you recognize the name, you must already know everything about Thanatos, right?
Yes. I'm here to reforge the order of life and death in Amphoreus.
Suppose we can start from the beginning.
Girl is not hurrying anywhere. I have never heard someone talk so slowly.
A long, long time ago, there were a pair of like-minded twins. As foretold in the prophecy, they were chosen to be successors to the god of death. But fate was cruel. The price of attaining divinity was to take the life of a family member with our own hands.
That trial was indeed recorded in that memory.
If you hear something in the background, this is just my bird.
Then you should already know that my sister voluntarily gave up her own life so that I could ascend as the demigod of death. But I couldn't accept that. Why did we have to kill each other for a future she'd never see herself? That's not fair. So, while weaving the laws of the new world, I shattered the forbidden bottom line for life and death. I reshaped my sister's soul and took the form of the great dragon Pollux to carry her up the River of Souls and back into the mortal realm.
Do you know that song that was trending on TikTok a while ago? That went like, I'd let the world burn for you? Yeah, she took that to heart. She would love that song.
But our fates were already decided and manifested in unexpected ways in response to my futile actions. Aging is an unbreakable law of nature laid upon humankind, created at the same time as death. When the living die, their souls will meet Thanatos, who would determine where every soul goes. I had hoped that maybe you would at least have a good life in this cycle. I'm sorry.
I lived my life well. It didn't go to waste. As far as I'm concerned, you did nothing wrong.
As far as you're concerned.
Even though I forced the authority of granting death to humanity upon you, a total stranger.
Too many responsibilities were forced upon me in the course of this long journey. I was once lost, even upset. But I realized recently that if it weren't for your blessing, I wouldn't have understood the source of these emotions, nor would I have realized my purpose. I will bring rest to death. And from now on, stagnant life will once again flow.
Now it's time to get into some drama.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 15th entry hour is already at hand. When this farce is over, your soul will be placed on the scales of life and death. Are you ready?
No need to ask so many times. Of course I am.
Then why do you drag your feet? Is your fear of crowds holding you back again?
It's because he's dying.
And they say men whose ends are nigh have but kind words.
Do they say that? Don't they say that men reveal their true characters when they're in their final moments?
The hour of the trial has come. Do you have an answer for me? And how will you prove the veracity of your argument?
I suppose there is no point in putting this off any longer. Do you recall where we stopped the last time?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
You were saying that Amphoreus' history is cyclical.
Indeed. The demigods that bear the core flames eventually become the new titans at the world's end. Remember what happened on the Holy Mountain? Calypso, Naias. As their destined ends approached, one by one they left this world, leaving only the twins, who are fated to succeed death. Unfortunately, while their journey is consistent with ours, you and Calypso, as well as Nicodor and Naias, act as supporting evidence. I can only come up with a rough sketch for my theory of a cyclical history. For all the pains I took to reach this point, I had already lost hope of ever obtaining definitive proof. After all, the past is in the past. Proving that we are the legacies of heroes of the past is a hopeless endeavor. That is, until I met a girl named Polixia and her sister. If Castorus was truly sent from the past to the present for the Titan's self-serving reasons, then having lived through 2 cycles, and with Styxia as the pivot, she will no doubt be the link to connect all of this together. If the Twins of Death can bridge 2 cycles to reunite at the shores of the Sea of Souls, then my hypothesis will no longer be just a hypothesis. And you too will get the answer to your question. Let us go and teach those pathetic worms one final lesson.
We're about to witness peak. I've already done this before, but one time wasn't enough.
Fine.
It was too good.
So they are leaving the final debate to him.
They are leaving everything to him, poor guy. He's gonna crash out soon.
Let those Chrysos heirs who started this terrible war hear you.
Ma'am, you are embarrassing yourself.
Let them hear the voices of the people!
I'm sorry, I got distracted by the sound.
As always, that woman knows how to stir up a crowd.
Professor Anaxa, I thought you'd pass on this.
Anaxa? Pass on drama?
Everyone must cast their vote, or this assembly would serve no purpose.
Prof, do you truly think it's wise to entrust the fate of the world to an assembly like this?
Do they have any other choice?
Akama has stood strong under this system for 1,000 years. It stands to reason that there is purpose in its existence. But that is not what you're asking, is it? What you really want to know is Aglaya making the right decision in entrusting the fate of the world to you?
He gets it.
Nothing ever escapes you.
I didn't spend all those years teaching you for nothing. Most people only take 4 years to graduate, if I recall.
To tell the truth, I feel like I'm on my way to an execution chamber instead of a podium.
What is that supposed to mean? What do you mean most people take 4 years to graduate? Did Finon take longer? Did he take shorter? I need to know. Finon is a smart guy, right? Although there was that one instance where Anaxa, I'm not sure. I saw it on Instagram Reels, so it may as well be fake. But he was talking how Anaxa made Finon and Castorus write an essay about why dramas are better than Titans, is something like that. And Finon handed in allegedly a blank piece of paper. So, you know, essentially saying that dramas aren't better than Titans, but I'm wondering if that's like a hint as to why maybe Finon was a difficult student because he's so stubborn in his beliefs, I guess?
So, do you have an answer to that question?
What was the question? I got distracted. To tell you the truth, this question. Is Aglaya making the right decision in trusting the fate of the world to you?
No, I don't.
I thought so.
Because that question is not yours to ask in the first place.
Why are you getting so aggressive all of a sudden?
Is Aglaya entrusting the world to you the right decision? Don't make me laugh. That is a question that woman must answer herself. Why are you fretting about this on her behalf?
Because
or have
he's
you
involved.
been seeing yourself as her pawn all this time?
In a certain way, kind of all of you are her pawns, but maybe that's a bit controversial to say.
Listen up. I'll say this only once. Flip your perspective around and ask yourself this instead. What should I do to ensure that the world doesn't stray from the correct path? That is what you should be thinking about.
That is beautiful. I didn't know you could be righteous like that, Doc. Doc? Oh my god. I was not thinking about ratio, I promise. I meant to say prof.
You still have time, so give it some thought. Oh, and don't bother telling me the answer.
Well, yeah, because Finon is supposed to find the answer for himself because he's obviously beginning to have a little breakdown, just a little. It's not the worst thing we have ever seen, but he's beginning to show some cracks.
Tell it to those begging for salvation from the gods.
Damn.
Got it. Thank you, Professor Anaxa.
That's Anaxagoras to you.
I was expecting that. It was a long time coming.
Who will you be voting for?
Shh, you're not allowed to ask that.
That'll depend on how well you perform. May Cersei safeguard your thoughts.
Why does he look like he's looking directly at the camera?
Elders and citizens, silence, if you please. As the Theoros, I present to you
You still creep me out.
Finan of Ides Elysium, virtuous citizen of Akima, and the last speaker of the assembly.
Much obliged, Lord Lycus.
I remember him. He's the penniless lad working for Aglaia.
Okay, so far we learned that Finan may have been a problematic student, and he's also broke. Why is he broke if he's working for Aglaia?
Where's Lady Goldweaver? Why is she sending this guy to give the last speech? Is this really the end of the Flame Chase journey?
That's Doom posting at its finest.
Can this dude really face down kindness?
I thought Finan would be really popular, but it really seems like people don't know him. He's just a dude. As of yet, I have a feeling that soon enough everyone will know who he is. And I'm not talking because of the debate.
I actually don't necessarily mind things remaining the way they are.
By Kefali above, dear citizens of Akima, as you look upon me, so too do I see you. I see your fear and misgivings, your apprehension about the discord between the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders, and your uneasiness about the future of the Holy City. Yet, before you contemplate something as grand as the fate of the world, I ask that you look closer. Look beyond the horizon illuminated by Kefali, at the crisis threatening to overwhelm us.
What?
What do you mean, what? Doesn't everyone know they're in danger?
Ides Elysiae, my beloved hometown, is a village forgotten by time. It is a place with the most invigorating breeze and wheat fields that spread all the way to the sea. I once thought that there I would enjoy a lifetime of peace and quiet with my friends and family.
My bird always... Why does my bird always get noisy when a debate is happening? Do you want to be involved? I think he wants to take part in it too. I'm really afraid that Finan doesn't really care about the Flame Chase journey and of Akima, and is just completely and utterly consumed by his thoughts of Ides Elysiae, and basically his thoughts of revenge. Kinda like Sasuke, I guess, but not that edgy. I want so badly to be wrong. I want it so badly, but with the drip marketing that just happened, and you know, with the Flame Reaver, and with the Path of Destruction. See, even my bird is worried about about what's gonna happen with him. I'm worried. I'm worried because I want him to stay a good boy, you know what I mean?
How I wish I could invite all of you to that paradise, far from the noise and chatter of the world. Alas, I can't. Because she, and all that she nurtured, all that I loved, they have long been devoured by the black tide. My beloved home is no more. I will never forget the day the black tide struck. My father, Hieronymus, fought with a broken sword to his last breath to protect his child. My mother, Aldada, she was ripped apart by monsters. Also, I might live to stand before you here and now. Galba, he was a hunter. But in the end, those arms that once drew a bow instead embraced Piso, his beloved son, as they both breathed their last. Pythias, the teacher, risked her life to save her students, but a burning beam fell on her, crushing her. And what of Livia, her daughter? Did she make it out alive? No, she didn't. Livia, Piso, and so many other children. My childhood friends. They were all swallowed by the black tide and turned into monsters. They kept saying the same thing over and over. Even up until the final moment, I finally steeled my heart and granted them eternal peace with my sword.
This part right here implies a lot of things. First, actually it doesn't even imply, it confirms. It confirms that this poor guy killed people. It confirms that he knew how to wield a sword since he was a kid. Or a teenager, maybe, we don't know for sure. Yeah, it implies that he chose to take on this very heavy burden of... Oh, it contrasts very well with Castorus's story, now that I think about it, because Castorus did not want to kill people, even if they were suffering, but Phainon saw that they were suffering, and he went on and did it.
Why, Phainon? Aren't we the best of friends? That is the black tide. A looming threat that can bring Akima to its knees any time. Kindness may have promised that with the 3 Titans of Calamity gone, Akima will return to an era Chrysia once more, but much as it pains me, I must disappoint you. While the demigod of strife has done everything in his power to hold them back, they are still coming.
And once again, he can't go on a second without mentioning Mighty. Well, we've already been shown that even the era Chrysia wasn't all that good because people were living like NPCs, which is ironic that I'm saying this and I look at this screen full of NPCs, but what truly is an NPC, you know what I mean? Because if you think about it, we're NPCs in the lives of 99% of the people we know.
By now the name of that black-robed swordmaster, the Flame Reaper, has likely echoed throughout the city already. The roaring thunder is a message from the Strife demigod. The Flame Reaper has risen from death, and they hunger for the core flames of the gods.
Yeah, you do. It's so ironic that he's basically warning them about himself. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the Flame Reaper isn't Phainon? Like, I know there's a 1% chance that he isn't, but like, how hilarious would it be? Because we all speak of it so surely.
Lies! If such a powerful enemy is indeed approaching, why is Akima still a picture of peace?
That is such an idiotic question. Are you Do you not know what happened at the Grove 2 weeks ago?
Exactly! The city of Akuma shows no signs of pandemonium or chaos. And why is that? I beg you, spare a moment to think about this. Are we able to stand here and hold this assembly in peace today because the danger has passed? No! This peace we enjoy is no gift of fate. We are able to stand here today only because the Chrysos heirs have stepped up and shielded Akuma from calamity. With her golden threads, Aglaya has preserved and continues to preserve these idyllic days that all of you hold dear. The Council of Elders claims that Aglaya will one day forsake the people because her divinity is eroding her body and soul. But ask yourselves this. Rather than offering her aid and support, why do they choose to watch and push Akuma away from the Flame Chase journey? The answer that no one can bring themselves to speak of. A truth stained in blood and buried in greed, fear, and vanity. Allow me to lay it bare before you.
Oh, he's upset. Oh, he's about to spill.
It is because the Council of Elders, which bears Akuma's history and honor, along with this citizens' assembly we once took so much pride in, are now infested with vermin.
He really called him out just like that.
You insolent whelp! How dare you!
It is true that Aglaya has reached her limit. Why? Because she has been working tirelessly to weave the defenses of our holy city against the encroaching evil. All while these vermin are making up baseless accusations about her and scheming in the shadows.
I love how my bird is screaming in the background as if he's supporting him.
Not once has she ever failed Akuma. Yet these vermin attempt to tear her apart, tarnishing her
Wretched vermin!
Her name with unfounded allegations. She may have been blessed by divinity, but hasn't her heart always stayed true to humanity?
Because he keeps calling them vermin.
They attempt to mislead you and reduce this assembly to a crude standoff between gods and humans, but citizens of Akuma. Once more, I implore you to open your eyes and look at those around you.
He is so indirectly calling them stupid. Yeah, he's an Anaxa student, alright.
Examine them closely. Beneath all that finery, do you see the good heart of a human or the poisonous glands of a pest? Make your judgment. Then turn your gaze to the demigods, whom so many of you regard as cold and merciless. Do you not see the light of humanity in them? And those who wear the mask of humanity, yet utter only hurtful, slanderous words. Can you not see that their souls have been corrupted by power? Yet, no matter what your answer is, and no matter who your vote goes to, rest assured that you have nothing to fear.
Aww, that is pretty wholesome. That is a pretty wholesome conclusion after he called them vermin and pests.
For Aglaya, Tribios, and I will remain your faithful guardians and pledge our lives to upholding your decision. And this vow will stay true until the end of our days, where it will be passed on to future flame chasers. A steadfast and unwavering promise that shall endure through the ages.
He's absolutely right. The Chrysos heirs have only our best interests in mind. I still don't understand.
In an uproar, representative leaders from different cities in Akuma throw pieces of pottery onto... Hey, that's legit so dangerous! I wonder if you hit him with a piece of pottery, if he, like, cracks.
At the present time, on the scales of Talentum, those who call for the continuation of the Flame Chase journey, and those who demand its suspension. Each faction holds an equal share of votes, resulting in a perfect balance.
And how convenient is that? There are so many convenient things that happen in this patch.
As expected, this is the moment when the Flame Chase journey is the closest to its end.
Although I'm willing to excuse this one because it gave us one of the coolest moments in the game with one of the coolest characters.
And now it's your turn to vote, Lord Anaxa.
I'm curious, did he vote too? Does this guy get to vote? Does he even care?
Is there anyone else who hasn't voted?
No, you're the last. Cast your vote with care, for your decision will break this impasse.
I have long since made a decision.
Very well. May you bring much needed change to this farcical world.
And are made of the same essence.
You know, listening to the civilians, they sound awfully calm about this. Why are they so calm? I thought this was a crisis situation.
You've done well, Finan. Given the circumstances, delivering a rousing speech to stir up emotions was a prudent move. Thank you all for your patience. On behalf of the 7 sages of the Grove of Epiphany and the scholars of Amphoreus, I, Anaxa, am ready to cast my vote.
Bro will not waste a single chance to remind us that his name is Anaxa.
But before that, in the interest of fairness, Lady Goldweaver, I pose a question to you before all who are gathered here. Will you, as Finan has promised, stand by the decision made in the Assembly, regardless of outcome?
In the interest of fairness, I make no promises, lest it should influence your decision.
That only makes me wonder, what was she going to do if the result was against the Flame Chase journey? Was she gonna just murder everyone in Akama like she always threatens? Because that would have been a show.
Very well. I thank you for your honesty.
What's he doing?
Being a drama queen, as always.
The stakes are high. Let's be patient.
Cut the act! Who do you think you are, wasting our time like this?
He just said who he is. He's Anaxa.
Lord Anaxa, please do not forget that I...
Rule number 1. Do not call me Anaxa. Rule number 2. Never interrupt me.
You know it's serious when he's growling.
Just vote already. What are you waiting for?
Cast your vote. Cast
This scene is a little creepy. They sound like they're making a ritual. I don't like it.
I cannot help but wonder, is every hardship in the world something you will exploit and use to your advantage?
Are you not doing the same?
How else am I supposed to make use of this situation where my body and soul are separated?
He will not stop growling. But he's smiling.
Oh, Xerxes. Or should I say Calypso? Accompany me on this final journey. Let us journey to the Netherrealm and see how she will substantiate the answer to your question and validate my decision.
What are you waiting for? Just cast your vote.
Silence! Silence, everyone! Behold, Xerxes, here at the center of the world, I shall write the final step of my proof. For this place is but one step away from the truth.
Professor, I completed the proof you wanted.
Thank you, Castorus. The answer is plain as day. My vote goes to the Flame Chase journey and nothing else! Elder Kindness, I have deciphered the truth of this world!
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. By Kephaly and Talentin above, as the Theoros, I have observed.
And I just want to mention, why is he so... I mentioned earlier that his design reminds me a lot of Equilibrium. But it's not just his design, it's also the fact that he is serving Talant... I don't know if he's serving Talentin, but he sure is talking about a lot about balance and keeping things balanced. and do you know what the equilibrium means? That's what it means. It means keeping the balance. Maintaining the agenda is our top priority. So I'm waiting to see more of this guy because we have not seen everything, and I don't believe that his whole deal is just with news. And if it is, ignore everything I said. I will delete this part.
No! Ligus, you can't! Anaxa, what have you done? Have you lost your mind?
Well, in one of his attacks, he does say insanity, so... And I mean, he did sacrifice his eye to see his sister, and he did sacrifice his soul to make a Philosopher's Stone? Yeah. So, I think this question is pretty unnecessary.
I hope you are prepared for the harsh
Ma'am.
punishment awaiting you. Mark my words, I will make sure that clever head of yours never forgets the price of betrayal.
Except you will never get to do anything to him because he... I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
Have you forgotten? I told you that happens to be one of my rare talents.
You put on such a grand performance, just to aid their preposterous flame chase journey?
Performance? No, you are quite mistaken. I may be paranoid by nature, but I've always been known for my honesty.
Same.
If you really understood me, Lady Kindness, you'd realize that I never had any interest in your pathetic little game of politics. Factions, standpoints, They are jokes in my eyes. I have never once switched sides.
Phynon and Anaxa are the biggest hater. When I'm in a hating competition with Anaxa and Phynon... No, wait, I messed up the meme. When I'm in a hating competition... When I'm in a council hating competition and my opponents are Anaxa and Phynon, they call them vermin, they call them pests, they call them pathetic. I love this kind of disrespectful behavior.
Because I, and I alone, am the truth.
Lady Kindness, with all the citizens here as witnesses, we should honor the spirit of democracy and respect the decision of this assembly.
You seem awfully content with this result. Is it because you want the flame chase journey to continue? Because you know maybe that this will keep Amphoreus in its loop? And you want Amphoreus to stay in the loop. We know why. He tells us at the end, but still.
I have observed that Arkham has chosen her destiny. This Citizens' Assembly has resolved to continue the Flame Chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
You! It seems not everyone is ready for the assembly to end. Very well. Let me entertain you for a little longer.
That's what a great performer does.
By your leave, Lord Lycus.
Interesting. Elders and citizens, your attention, please. Stay for a moment more, if you will. Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany has an announcement for the assembly.
They have no idea what he's about to drop on them.
What is this performer up to now?
Just moments ago, all of you made a decision on the fate of Amphoreus. As a supporter of the Flame Chase journey, it pleases me to see the choice you have made. But I regret to say that I still harbor doubts about this outcome. Thus, I hereby challenge this resolution. Tell me, who among you dare swear to Kephales's name that Era Nova will truly welcome the fairy tale ending that the Chrysos heirs have promised? A beautiful new world free of calamity and madness?
Nonsense! That's impossible! What is he getting at? Of course not!
No one? Must I pick somebody to answer?
Oh my god, this is the professor coming out of him. He gave me the worst flashbacks of when I was in school and we had to avoid the teacher's eyes because to not so that they wouldn't pick us to answer. Like, that is such a professor thing to do.
Very well. You, the one acting so wise and profound, in front of all present here, do you dare swear that it will happen for sure?
I love Anaxa, but honestly, if I were his student, I just know I would hate him. Especially if he looked at me with that smile. I love it, but...
No? Fine. Next. You, the one with ignorance written all over your face. Yes, you. Do you dare swear by it in front of the Titan?
What are you trying to do?
I know he's an NPC and basically all of them have the same face, but honestly, looking at him, he really does have ignorance written all over his face. There are no thoughts behind those eyes.
Useless. Your turn, then.
Oh my god.
With that smug look of yours, You must be confident that the flame chase journey is the best course to take, right?
You're not one to talk about smug look.
Hey! Mind you!
So, no one? I see. In that case, Finan, answer me this. Your speech was filled with such passion just now. How confident, then, are you in making this promise?
Putting the deliverer right on the spot is a bold move.
Professor, what are you doing?
Why aren't you answering his question?
Let him continue with his performance.
Why are you enjoying it?
Will you look at that? Even Finan and Aglaya lack the courage to make such a promise. And what's even more absurd is that no one but I can promise you this new world. And yet, the Assembly passed the resolution anyway. But you needn't worry, because I knew better than to trust you good-for-nothings. That is precisely why I am here today. To give you one final lecture.
I wonder if this is how he spoke in class too. If he went around calling students good-for-nothings and fools, like another certain character.
Now listen up and listen well. I, Anaxa of the Grove of Epiphany, hereby declare everything that the flame chase journey promises is true. Finan of Ides Elysiae, the prophesied demigod who shall succeed Kefali, will reforge each and every one of us in the new world with his complete, intact memories.
And him alone.
What?
The core flame-bearing titans were the Chrysos heirs of yesterday. And the Chrysos heirs who carry the core flames today will become the titans of tomorrow. All of our souls shall endure for eternity in the miracle of the World-Bearer. And all under Kefali's protection shall step into that new world.
This is pure blasphemy!
It's impossible.
What? Are you saying that we must bow down to you and worship you, even in our next lives?
She is so jealous.
Enough, you blasphemous imbecile! How dare you try to deceive us with all these lies and falsehoods? How can you prove?
I told you, don't interrupt me. But since you've asked, I shall be kind and indulge you. My statements are based on my experiments on the divine body of Kefali themselves.
Oh, blasphemy!
You heard me correctly, everyone. With the tacit approval of Kindness and the Council of Elders, I fused my soul with the god through alchemy and learned the truth behind Era Nova.
What is he talking about? Isn't that pure blasphemy?
I, the vile, wretched blasphemer, deserve nothing less than death for my sins. And the Council of Elders, which granted me consent and aided in committing this atrocity, should face punishment alongside me.
Side note, but I really love this expression on him. Maybe I wouldn't mind it if he looked at me like that.
By the gods! Even Kindness has betrayed Akuma!
The kindness of God. We're carefully upon.
I had no knowledge of his transgressions. He did that on his own. The Council of Elders bears no responsibility for his actions. Lord Lygus, as the esteemed Theoros, are you going to simply stand by and allow the Council of Elders to be dragged through the mud?
If the accusation is true, I will acknowledge it. If not, my conscience stands unburdened. Lady Kindness, the reputation of the Council of Elders was not built in a day, nor will it be shattered overnight.
Everything he's saying here sounds awfully Equilibrium-like. I'm just saying.
Repercussions await those who fool the people, and punishment must be meted out on those who abandon their vows.
This too.
We should respect this beautiful city and her people.
You...
Lady Aglaya, the Gold Weaver, I humbly ask that you take on the responsibility of overseeing this judgment in the name of the fairness of Talantin and the justice of Kefali. Considering the circumstances, and in accordance with Akima's codex as the only demigod among us, you shall rightfully wield this authority.
Why is 3B not here? What is she doing?
The honor is mine to bear.
Of course it's yours. You've been waiting to... Of course it's yours. You've been waiting to put that pack to rest for years now.
How is this permitted?
Elders and citizens, silence, if you please. Anaxa of the Grove of Epiphany has made his statement clear. As per Akima's codex, I request all present citizens to stand with me in exercising the right of judgment. First, Elder Kindness of Akima and Lygus the Theoros stand accused of neglecting their duties and abusing the law, leading to the egregious blasphemy in the names of Talantin and Kefali. Akima is to form a committee before the 7th action hour to conduct an investigation and disclose the findings to the public for subsequent judgment.
Yes! That's what we deserve!
Curse you!
Now, concerning Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, he has confessed to grave blasphemy against Kefali.
But he didn't... He technically did it with Cersei's too.
In the names of Talantin and Kefali, the accused must be allowed to hear the people's voice prior to the execution, for a chance at a reduced sentence and possible pardon.
I like that laugh.
I like that laugh.
Professor.
But I don't like seeing this puppy upset.
Let him die. Let him die. Let him die. Let him die.
There they go, doing rituals again.
Let him die.
Oh my god.
Let him die. Let him die. Let him die.
If we want to get edgy about this, he died a long time ago. Oh, can we move on?
What decision will you make, Lady Goldweaver?
Enough with the hesitation, Aglaya. This is not like you.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
I thought she's losing her humanity, so she shouldn't care, but she seems awfully concerned about his life.
Then, in light of the people's voice...
And she wants to make it clear that she does not want to be associated with this.
O Talantan on high, may you bring death upon him.
I would like to talk about the societal implications of people being happy about a person dying, but I guess that's not the moment. It just hit me that...
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I bore the name of Castrus while walking among the mortals. And now, I stand as the demigod of death, the living side of Thanatos.
It just hit me that this basically means that that the Trailblazer died. In the end, he did die. Oh, but now I can't help but worry about Mem. What is Mem doing? How did she react when he just passed?
Welcome to my realm, where the west wind ends.
It is a beautiful place.
Every departed soul who has arrived here has expressed the same. Did you know? Every flower here was planted by Thanatos themselves. These flowers were originally both lifeless and immortal, but in the first rain brought by the River of Souls, they were given new life, flourishing as the bearers of countless souls.
So is this implying that every flower is a soul, is a departed soul?
And it is my duty as the master of death to tend to their well-being.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
and foster their growth in this serene haven. I shall open the gate of the netherworld and return you to the realm of the living. In exchange, please take the core flame of death with you and complete the flame chase journey. Do not let our work thus far be in vain.
She's not coming back, pal.
Just like the other demigods, I will stay here and embrace my destiny. That being said, it is not easy to guide a lost soul back to the mortal realm. The whispers of death are sweet and alluring. If your determination wavers, you will succumb and be forever ensnared by the netherworld's grass. Please
that doesn't sound too bad.
Exception. I will do everything in my power for the flame chase journey. And for your life, the only life I can save. I am glad to hear that.
Over here!
Why isn't my screen moving? Is it a glitch or is this intentional? And why is he destruction? Why is he destruction indeed? Like a certain other character that we know is destruction and physical, and he called him his twin.
Please, I beg you, look back for me.
Lift your chin up high and step forward with us to war tomorrow!
I genuinely...
That's right. Keep your eyes on the dawn.
What? It's only moving if I click and hold.
Onward. Show me your courage. Show me your courage!
Partner, we shall become heroes together.
Oh, I don't know about that, Pookie. I really wish we could. Oh, he was supposed to talk here. We were supposed to hear his voice. Since I've already made it to the end, maybe I can have one last glance at the sea of flowers. No, 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 don't look back. Don't look back. Yes. Yes. I know it's a joke that she constantly gets lost, but genuinely, what is she doing here? I'm glad to see her, I love her. But genuinely, what? How many pads? Are there all the pads on Amphoreus? It'll guide you and illuminate the way out. By doing so, you'll eventually reunite in the warmth of the sunlight. Absolute cinema.
All of this is proof that you once lived.
I was about to ask who's this talking, but I'm pretty sure it's Cyrene.
Your soul, your memories, the years you've journeyed through, and the path they revealed, leading you back home.
Or Mem, sure you can call her Mem, but in this case I think Cyrene is more accurate.
So, continue onward. Do not stop moving forward, and do not let her sacrifice and the support of all who have stood by you be in vain.
Over here, friend!
Take my hand! Let's go home.
She's so precious, I just want to squeeze her little cheeks. He didn't take her hand though.
At last. I knew you could do it. Your soul is still perfectly whole. As if some kind of force is trying its best to keep it together.
I was thinking if it's maybe Cyrene that's doing that, but I'm not sure. Like, yeah, she's an emanator, she's strong, but it may be the Stellaron.
Is it Ornyx's final blessing? Or is it a miracle of your own?
I think it's the Stellaron because this ain't our first rodeo.
It's truly incredible. Such a strange surge of familiarity. So hard to describe. Perhaps it is fate, once again fulfilling its own design. Or perhaps it is the laws from beyond the sky, so familiar to you, that intertwined our fates long ago. It seems that this is a riddle which cannot be solved anytime soon. The sensation of becoming a demigod is truly wondrous. It's as if the river of souls is winding its way through the depths of my spirit, transforming with each breath into a fine rain that nourishes the world. Do you recall that prophecy? At the end of the sea of flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I promised you that I would do everything in my power to give it another meaning. Now, as I stand as a demigod and destiny draws to a close, I can finally end it in a way that is as beautiful as it deserves. The wish I once sought, but could never grasp, is now within reach. In this brand new world, every blooming life will lift its arms in celebration and recount the profound meaning of this very instant.
You know, looking at this photo, it's very ironic how in the last patch we all thought that here the Trailblazer was dying, but now we know that it's actually him returning to the living world. They really pulled a good one on us.
Every touch, every embrace we share will never again be an ice-cold loss. They will radiate with an intense warmth, sowing love far and wide. The other shore is very cold. May I borrow your warmth one last time? Thank you for fulfilling this wish of mine. The place I'll be going to is what humans call the Land of Sorrows. But with this heartbeat and the residual heat of this embrace, I shall turn the nether realm into a gentle place of rest. This embrace may be brief, but it's the proof that I once lived.
I want to hack Callus and fly off into the distance on a dragon too.
May we reunite in the new world.
Is that foreshadowing? Is it?
That grand and absurd performance was what you've been seeking your whole life?
Oh, she's mad.
I gave up everything in search of truth, and it culminated in this very moment.
He literally did give up everything.
You, on the other hand, performed as I expected. You did not hesitate when you saw the chance to attain power. It's as if you...
Come on, she did hesitate.
Crave power, like a fly craves rot.
That is a vulgar comparison, Aglaya.
Those are your words, not mine.
But what you said at the end,
Did you already know what I had planned for Thynon?
I may have lost an eye, but my vision is clearer than anyone else. You've nearly exhausted your humanity. You're no different from my current state as a walking corpse.
That's true. I've long since burned to ash over the past 1,000 years. Only he is capable of unleashing a raging fire that rivals our final great enemy, Aquila.
A raging fire, and there we go again with the fire, like the Flame Reaper. I'm tired of saying it by this point.
So, this is our last chance. How about we let go of the bad blood between us?
How mature of you, Anaxa?
May I resonate with your core flame, Aglaya?
How does that work? Like, what does that imply? What does it entail? Because we've never seen it done before, like someone else resonating with someone else's core flame.
Please do.
That's impossible. To persist with your soul thinned to such an extent. You're insane.
And that's how he realizes they have more in common than he thought.
Just as you fight to lug your corpse onward to complete your unfinished goals, I have my own reasons for doing this. Until Thynon grows into his position as the prophesied leader, I must continue to lead everyone on the flame chase journey. I must keep inching forward, even if only as an empty shell.
I've long predicted this was the case, but I didn't think you'd already lost so much. How ironic. We would have avoided so many misunderstandings if you and I had just spoken this candidly before. But casting aside our ideological differences, there is one thing you and I agree on.
Thynon.
Yes. He was born to be a hero. He understands the hearts of the people, and I can confidently say he is a far better leader than you. Only he is capable of fulfilling your mission.
He just had to be pity there. I do not like this thing with he was born to be a hero, because we know he does not want to do it.
Sadly,
no wonder he lost
he is a man cursed by Nestia. But by my estimates, his horribly elaborate sense of style should not impede Era Nova.
I have a hard time understanding what he means by this. Does he mean the first sentence, cursed by Nestia? Does he mean that, you know, Thynon is filled with love for people in life, and this will end up hurting him because of all the sacrifice he will see going forward? And the second sentence is even more confusing. His horribly elaborate sense of style. I think this is sarcasm, actually. I think it's to Thynon's horrible aesthetics.
Congratulations are in order. We found common ground at the very end of our destined paths.
When you put it that way, it makes me want to take back what I said.
Stop being petty for once.
Aglaya, we're back. Come welcome our great hero reborn from the ashes.
I hope he didn't hear your earlier assessment.
Aglaya, I thank you every day for dressing Thynon the way you did. Although you could have done with less layers. Much less layers.
It wouldn't be the first time I criticized him. A man should be aware of his own shortcomings.
Sunday got me tripping for a few seconds here because I genuinely didn't know who I was playing with. I thought it was fine on, but that didn't make sense.
I'm gladdened by your triumphant return.
They're just mirrored images. I know everyone's talked about this hundreds of times already, but we keep talking about it because it's true. They even have the thigh strap on the same leg. I swear to God, if those two don't meet.
But I don't see Castress among your number.
It looks like she not only helped me prove my theory, but helped you fulfill your mission as well.
Someone had to do it.
I agree.
He is so sad. With every Chrysosaur that goes away, Phynon is losing it little by little.
She might not have been able to change her fate, but she still wrote the final verse of her epic herself. Dreamin, please recite the prophecy for us. Trailblazer, please surrender that scalding cool flame for us as well. You are the only life she ever saved by her own hand in her 1,000 years on this earth. I believe no one is more qualified for this noble task.
A constellation for death.
For life and death, to be more precise.
Look! It's...
She came to see them one last time.
No, it's only a divine echo. I think she's here for the trial.
So we're never gonna find out what she said? Why did she...
What did she say?
That's the language of the Titans. Casterus... No. The Titan. They said...
Oh, we are gonna find out, okay.
I have illuminated the cold shadow of death.
Onwards. For your path to the future is bright and its flame eternal.
It would have been so funny if she came, said gibberish, didn't elaborate further, and left. And, well, basically that's what happened. But it would have been funny if they didn't translate what she said either.
Do not forget.
She made quite a scene. I suppose it's my turn now.
That doesn't even begin to compare with the kinds of scenes you're pulling, Prof. And the one that's coming up, I love and I hate because I really don't want to see him go. We've had too little of this very dramatic and very entertaining man.
I won't stop you.
Girl, if I were there...
Professor, you...
What's with that look? You were present. So, let's get this execution over with. We wouldn't want to bring shame to Akima's divine laws or keep me from creating a new world.
You never change, do you, Professor? I don't understand. If your theory is correct, you'll lose all memories of your past life once you become a Titan. So what's the point of becoming a god?
Of course there's a point. Even if I forget who I am, I'll still have my brilliant mind. It goes without saying, I'll find a way to retrieve memories of my past life. Besides, I still have you, don't I?
That is awfully wholesome. It's actually a very encouraging thing he just told him now.
I still don't really understand what you said during the assembly. Even if it were true, things reforged from memory could never be the same as the original anyway.
Then allow me to tell you right now that you're wrong. What exactly are we? My answer is that the Chrysos heirs are the future Titans and vice versa. Of course, this answer only applies to us. So, what are we when it comes to regular mortals? The very essence of the world, our souls, are tiny invisible seeds that hold records of each person's memories of the world. And we are the buds that sprout from these seeds to grow into great trees.
Is that what new sporism means?
You are a student there. It's a bit too late to ask that.
Correct. Once our physical bodies are born, we become new extensions of the world. From there, we plant our seeds into someone's memories, and then scatter them into the hearts of countless people in the future. Just as seeds are affected by their environment, so too will our appearances differ across memories. But the partial memories we carry will always be the same, because that is just how the world is. To destroy our very existence, one must destroy the world itself. But we have someone who will still live on with his perfect memory. That person is you, child of Kefali. This is what it means to be the world-bearing Titan. So, carry everything of this world and live on. Don't disappoint those most precious to you. Don't disappoint Lady Goldweaver. And especially, don't bring dishonor to my theory.
Anaxa, I love you, but please don't put even more pressure on him than he has already.
Anaxa, I swear to you, I'll lead everyone to our reunion in the new world.
Is he trying to pull the smirk? You know I like you the most, but it's not working for you, honey.
Good. That is all I have to say. Farewell, everyone. May we meet again in the next life.
I'll just skip over this so you guys can watch it.
Farewell, great performer. May Circes safeguard your thoughts.
May Circes safeguard your thoughts, Anaxa.
Are you satisfied, Honorable Titan?
Very. I hereby swear I have borne witness. Anaxagoras of the New Sporists and the Grove of Epiphany has successfully overcome the trial of reason. Thus, I shall confer upon you these words.
The prophecy.
You shall transcend the peaks of purity and return to corruption and hardship.
See? And this is why I was saying that I don't think this is the last we will see of Anaxa. Because corruption and hardship basically means life, the living world, strife, trickery, death. The peaks of purity, I think it means transcending his existence. But that transcendence won't last. Am I coping? Am I sounding too desperate right now?
Oh, so that's a god's prophecy. It sounds like you just rephrased my past, present, and future.
It does, yeah.
Oh, Circes. Is that all you've got?
He does not know how to not be petty. And I love that for him. Go off.
Well, you've already transcended the peaks of purity. And you were never the type to give me any leeway.
That is true.
But I do still have one question.
I knew it. What is it? Maybe we're thinking of the same thing.
As you've so boldly stated, we and the world itself live on through the memories of others. If that is the case, whose memories did the very first new spore sprout from?
I've seen theories that these are Finon's memories, and I've seen theories that these are Cyrene's memories. And I don't know which one I support more, but I lean towards Cyrene.
How should I know?
Because she's affiliated with Remembrance. That's all I've got. I'm not smarter than this.
Oh my.
Acting like a smartass, you don't know either.
But since we are both equally curious, we should allow the children of humanity who come after us to investigate in our stead.
Rejoice, Circes. I sow the seeds of suspicion in the new world with your soul!
And now, the objective is complete. That is all.
Thankfully, she's still alive.
Well, that makes one of them.
Was March 7th also in this condition when she was first rescued by the Express?
Her condition was very similar, it's just that at that time, the Express did not have a memo keeper who could diagnose her condition.
But she still woke up naturally. Looking on the bright side, that might happen this time as well.
When March awakened from the ice, her memories were completely wiped clean. I want to prepare for the worst and prevent something like that from happening again. Can you share with us your hypothesis?
I do not have conclusive evidence, but judging by her current condition, perhaps March 7th's memories have been hijacked. Think about it, Miss Himiko. What will happen when someone loses their ability to remember?
I'm not a biologist, but I hear that there's of a that what is the off doing there? It's not supposed to be there. Oh, I'm not a biologist, but I hear that there's a species of fish on Bonwag that has the memory span of less than a second. That's a fish for you, yeah. It forgets anything that occurs in the very next instant. Perhaps something similar will happen?
Unfortunately, short-term memory is an entirely different concept from the inability to remember. Perhaps it is difficult for you to imagine, but an individual who has lost their ability to remember turns into nothingness.
Yeah, exactly. You lose yourself.
The belief of the Garden is that everything in this universe can be interpreted through memories. This is the driving force behind the continuance of this path. The past is made up of memoria, while the future is a possibility that will eventually be converted to memoria. But the present, it doesn't really exist, and it's only an abstract expression.
That is so true. Time is relative.
Therefore, when a person is affected by the path and loses their ability to remember, their physical form will also be affected. These ice crystals are a manifestation of that.
Yo, what is that?
Oh my god! What is that?
You've guided us to Amphoreus but refused to tell us your true intentions. Collecting memories is simply not a convincing answer.
Is Miss Himiko suspicious of me?
Everyone is suspicious of you. I mean no offense. I'm merely speculating, but I'd appreciate your honesty if possible.
In other words, now is the time for me to prove my innocence. That's not a problem, of course. The true reason behind my intentions is that Amphoreus holds special significance. For some memo keepers of the Garden with extremist views, it is a perfect example.
A perfect example of what?
A world that can only be seen through the Garden's mirror means that memo keepers have the right to keep the world in their private collection. If those pathstriders of remembrance were to uncover the secrets of Amphoreus first, they might unleash their wild ambitions and remodel more worlds into a similar form.
So, the reason you did everything you could to convince the Express to come to the Star Zone is just to uncover the secrets and foil the plans of these people? Or are you one of these people and you want to get ahead of the game?
I chose to remain quiet before because I did not want to involve you in the Garden's internal conflicts.
That sounds a little too innocent for you. Remodeling a world is not an easy feat. These extremists likely aren't just simple pathstriders. Do they wield the power of emanators? Exactly, because holding an entire world as your personal collection is an absurd amount of power. It's not something that one just does.
You can be even bolder with your guesses. The people that I'm talking about, they aren't just individuals. They are an organization that has already attached itself to the pinky finger of Fu Li.
Could they be the ones who hijacked March 7th's memories?
I cannot be certain, but at the very least, they are capable of doing so. I am deeply sorry about what has happened to March 7th, but the deal that I propose still remains a fair one. Amphoreus is still an excellent destination, and investigating further might allow us to uncover the truth behind the accident. Miss Himiko, the wisest choice right now is for us to continue cooperating.
Huh?
Let me take back a part of what I said just now, Miss Himiko. Although we indeed struck a deal, it seems like I have involved you in some unforeseen danger.
Please accept my deepest apologies.
Did she sense the moment when Kalos died? And I don't mean just a few moments ago. I mean when they arrived on the planet and he died in the train.
It's fully. Their gaze has just swept across Amphoreus.
I never expected a mere memo snatcher to be actually hiding so much inside her head. What's even more interesting is that the word Amphoreus has appeared in her subconscious.
This lady seems to be having fun. Is she usually like this?
He so indirectly called her insane.
It's hard to explain.
Listen, Sunday, you're gonna meet a lot more crazy people than her.
What are you two whispering about? Has it not occurred to you that I can hear everything clearly?
Please pardon me, Madam Herta. Would you mind sharing with us what you've discovered?
I have to say it. I love this duo. Sunday and Wild are very, especially that now that Sunday is a passenger on the Express. Their dynamics are so delightful.
The ones who need help are the Astral Express. You will have to put up with my methods, even if they are rather unconventional. Let's get back to the topic. By using the fourth mirror, I rummaged through the brain of this memo snatcher and learned a good deal. Not only does this person know of Amphoreus, but there are also many memo keepers who are interested in the place. I searched through her consciousness and found the following terms: the Eternal Land, the Rejected Land, and the private collection of the Garden of Recollection.
The Rejected Land? Why is it rejected? Is it because a whole ass Lord Ravager is trapped in there?
It seems like Miss Black Swan is indeed hiding some things from us.
Since I'm not able to find any useful clues from the outside, why don't I personally visit this mysterious Amphoreus?
She's also pulling the face! And she's pulling it well. Why is everyone pulling this face in this patch?
You're planning to head to Amphoreus yourself?
Yes, but not in the flesh like you all foolishly did.
It was kinda dumb, yeah.
See these Herta mirrors? With them, I can project my data spirit entity to any corner of the cosmos through spatial warps, without even needing to leave my room.
That is my dream come true. She is living the life.
But of course, these corners of the cosmos must be within the coverage zone of inter-astral peace communications. After all, this is collaborative technology.
I see. You do seem like the more indoor type.
Are you calling her weird?
Although that star zone is not within the network of the IPC, the Express itself can serve as a signal station. Come, give me the astral chart coordinates.
I love that she completely ignored him.
Then, sit back and enjoy the show.
I know I could temporarily switch to the Herta, but I think it's very funny that I do this with Sunday. I'm gonna talk to them before.
Madam, watching you work has been an enlightening experience for me. It's hard to imagine that an outstanding scholar like you could maintain such a relaxed manner most of the time.
You are so fake. You are the fakest I've ever seen.
Your calm and collected nature is
Oh
truly
my
a
God.
trait that I should learn.
Go away.
This brat. Why does everything that comes out of his mouth sound so snarky?
Thank you, Madam Herta. Companions are the lifeblood of the Astral Express. When things are settled, we will repay you for all your help.
Well, it's like the PR team of the Astral Express. He's Yeah, he's gotta fix all the stupid stuff that comes out of the mouths of all the others, except Himeko, of course.
Welt, this young man sure is courteous.
It fills me with so much joy that she's calling him young, because he seems to be so insecure about his age, but Herta, we know she's one of those species that lives however long she wants. But I just love that she called him young. Well, deserves it.
Perhaps I'll be able to find a way in.
Okay, so I'm not saying anything new when I say this. All the core flames are not lit up. So she clearly isn't transported to the same time as we are. Or is she in the era Nova, brought on by Phynon after he took the core flame of Kefali, which, now that I look at it, it's so similar with the halo that Sunday has on his head. You see that? It is. It's similar. Next, we have Titankin. We have the Flame Reaver, and we have Dunhung and the Trailblazer. But what I find weird is that the Flame Reaver is huge. Oh my god! What I was about to say is that I need to stop looking at him. It's making it hard for me to focus. What I was about to say is that is that the Flame Reaver and Phynon, yeah, I'm technically correct, is that Phynon, Kalos, and Dunhung are in this memory, like, appearance, memory shards, I think they're called, but the Titankin are looking normal. They don't have this memory shard appearance, and I do wonder why. Is a fight about to begin? I don't remember.
What's this? A statue? It's ugly. I don't like it.
I'm curious if she likes Ratio's statues. Okay, a fight is not coming up. Let's get this over with, because he's making it so hard for me to focus. Oh my god. Ah yes, the perfect height difference.
How creepy.
I beg to differ.
Moves? Who are you trying to scare?
Oh, I thought he would disappear after we interacted with him.
Oh, I finally found your traces. How esteemed must you be for the great Herta to come out personally? When we return, get ready to become free labor for the simulated universe for the rest of your lives.
We're already doing that.
It's either a projection or a fake. There doesn't seem to be much to take note of. Now then, how am I going to get into Amphoreus?
My deepest apologies, esteemed lady. I'm afraid that you cannot proceed further.
Who's there?
Your visit, although not part of my calculations, is a pleasant surprise. It's a pity that the preparations are not yet in place to receive you with the hospitality that someone of your status deserves.
So you know her status. I'm guessing that he can kind of sense she's an emanator.
Are you not going to answer my question?
I have many identities, and I'm going to have even more in the future. But if you just need a form of address, you can use my common alias. Lycurgus. Lygus.
Is this like a last name, first name situation, or you just can't make up your mind?
All right, Lygus. But you can't possibly think that I'm just asking for a name, can you?
Regrettably, I do not have the authority to share more information.
What does that mean? Why not? You can just say whatever you want, man.
However, standards are always flexible. While not violating the ultimate agreement, I'm able to disclose this piece of information. As you thought, this is the entrance to Amphoreus.
Okay, so he's basically under some sort of contract. Oh my, there's so many paths in here that even Zhongli managed to make his way in. He's under a pact, I guess, with something or someone. I'm guessing he's under a pact to keep the Lord Ravager trapped, but I'm wondering who he has this ultimate agreement with. Maybe with the creator of this world, which many speculate to be Cyrene. But then what will happen to him if he doesn't respect? So many questions. I need to move on. We're not gonna... There's too little detail to know for now.
Now, please, kindly turn back. Amphoreus is not a world that you should be involved with. Regardless of what kind of magnificent achievements you have accomplished, this place will not open its doors so easily.
It opened them very easily for Callus and Dan Hung. What do you have to say about that,
You seem to understand me very well. Then you should know that I have no reason to listen to you.
Your reaction is completely within my calculations. Despite my long years as a watcher, it seems like my assessment of human nature still remains accurate. From you, I'm able to sense a beautiful desire for knowledge. But my answer remains unchanged. Madam, it is with the utmost goodwill that I suggest you return to where you came from.
Let's assume for a second that I'm not so well-mannered, and that I insist on uncovering the secrets hidden behind you, Mr. Lygus. How do you plan to dispel this notion of mine?
First, for reasons that cannot be disclosed,
that's not satisfactory.
Amphoreus is a completely isolated celestial body. Apart from me, no one else will be able to help you enter.
That's not a good argument.
Second, if your plan is, as you've alluded to previously, to force me into cooperating by showing hostility, do know that, just like you, I have basked in the gaze of the erudition. I stake my honor and assure you that, in the worst-case scenario, our mutual destruction will be inevitable.
Oh? No wonder I couldn't find a back door. When I did a scan of our surroundings, the safety protocols on you are comparable to Screwy's. How interesting.
I don't know why she's saying that to him as if he knows who Screwy is.
I assume that you still wish to hear the third logic chain?
Of course. Why would...
Third, even if you exhaust all your means and find a way to break through, you will surely give up once you understand the consequences of your actions. After all, throughout your long life, as much as you'd hate to admit, your conscience has played a crucial role.
What a brazen robot. You think that you can actually understand me through your paltry calculations? But since you put it that way, why don't you tell me what these consequences will be?
It concerns the third path that is entangled with Amphoreus. A path that you and your friends still very much lack understanding of. The destruction. So, if you ignore my warnings and persist in your ways,
he's starting to sound angry, have you noticed that?
you will break the shackles of a Lord Ravager. And when that happens, their fury will engulf the cosmos.
Okay, I'm glad he finally said it because I want to go back to something. He said that the first reason is that Amphoreus is completely isolated from the rest of the world for reasons that cannot be disclosed. I would have thought that Amphoreus is completely isolated so that if something happens with the Lord Ravager, he will not bring destruction upon the cosmos. But he just disclosed that the Lord Ravager is here, so that's not the reason why Amphoreus is completely isolated. It's completely isolated. So then what is the reason? What was the reason? That was beautiful. I said it and I will say it again. Absolute cinema. I will be going off for now because I need to gather more resources for Finon. Bye!